Ms. Clerk.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Welcome to the August 18th, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We'll do our Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will you do a roll call, please, Ms. Clerk?
Certainly. Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you. We're all here, it looks like. We have a ceremonial item, Ms. Clerk, if you could read that into the record. And I know we have people receiving this proclamation today.
Yes, I will read the item and then I will unmute the people that are receiving the item. Item 1, 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment of the United States Constitution.
This is a proclamation commemorating the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Whereas on August 18th, 1920, the 19th Amendment of the United States Constitution was ratified, granting and guaranteeing women's right to vote. And whereas the fight for women's suffrage lasted more than 72 years, with women across the nation from all walks of life, political views, and demographic backgrounds advocating for and demanding the right, to be heard at the polls. And whereas California played a significant role in the suffragist movement, with thousands of women across the state marching, demonstrating, and speaking out in the media in support of their right to participate in the democratic process, which culminated in California being the 18th state to ratify the 19th Amendment. And whereas the ratification of the 19th Amendment ensured women could more fully participate in our democracy through women of color, though women of color were not granted these rights until later, when in 1924, Native Americans were granted voting rights, and later still, when voter suppression of people of color was mitigated by the passage of the Voter Right Act in 1965 and 1975. And whereas the 19th Amendment played an important role in advancing the rights of all women, as indicated by the number of women who are active in all levels of government, including the Santa Barbara City Council, which is now predominantly female, and those who are running for office in unprecedented numbers, validating the resolute efforts of American suffragists and suffragettes. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Murillo, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim the year 2020 as the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment of the United States Constitution, I encourage all women to celebrate their hard-won rights by being informed voters and actively participating in all upcoming elections. Ms. Clerk, we have speakers who would want to receive this and make some remarks.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Patricia Bagley and we have Vijaya Jamaladaka.
Good morning, I'm Patricia Bagley, and I just would like to thank the Santa Barbara City Council so much for issuing this proclamation in support of the Vision 2020 Ventura County's mission to raise awareness of this ratification. And today is the actual 100th anniversary, the actual day. And our mission at Vision 2020 was to lead a countrywide nonpartisan celebration of this centennial and to educate the public about the history of women's rights and to honor those who fought for women's suffrage. And this year, there are going to be almost 65 million young people who will turn 18 and be eligible to register and vote. So not only are we raising awareness of the suffragette movement, but also encouraging young people to register and vote. We're nonpartisan. We just want to go out and encourage everyone to vote, and especially women. And thank you so much again for this proclamation.
Thanks, Ms. Bagley. Ms. Jamaladaka.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I am Vijaya Jamaladaka, President of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. Thank you for this proclamation and for the opportunity to speak today on the 100th anniversary of the final state's vote to ratify the 19th Amendment, the 100th anniversary. I thank you to our sisters at Vision 2020 Ventura County for working on these issues and bringing this to your attention today. The ratification was certified on August 26, 1920, and since 1971, August 26th is recognized as the Women's Equality Day. It was an important step forward, as we know, and much work still remains to be done in the fight for women's equality and justice. The League of Women Voters was founded by the leaders of the suffrage movement just 6 months before women won the right to vote. Women were not granted the right to vote. It was complicated and sometimes ugly, 72-year struggle. So we appeal to all citizens, please don't waste your right to vote. Please vote. We celebrate all the amazing women who fought in the for the 19th Amendment. And also we want to also ensure that Black suffragists have their place in history equally as prominent as that of white suffrage leaders. And we have a community forum on this issue, and it's on our YouTube site, on our website. So please go there and see all of the details about the Black suffragists. As the proclamation acknowledges, in 1920, the right to vote excluded women and men of color. And the League also acknowledges this. The League is now, today, an organization fully committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion in principle and in practice. There are many firsts ahead for people of color and women as we continue to dismantle these systems of oppression. As you well know, Madam Mayor, the ultimate goal of being the first is not to be the last. Our local Santa Barbara League serves everyone who lives in the South Coast from Carpinteria to Gaviota. And we've been going strong since 1938. And we fight for voting rights, for equal rights, to make democracy work for everybody. Many of you may know that we have a stellar reputation for providing facts and educating voters on the pros and cons of ballot measures. And we also provide recommendations on how to vote with the League after careful study of each measure. But most importantly, the League is nonpartisan, and we do not support or oppose any candidates for office or political parties. The League formulates public policy positions after careful study, and we advocate for positive change on issues that affect all of us. And we've been before you at the City Council. But I'd like to also talk about this example that in our county, we helped build a coalition to place Measure G on the ballot. And our county was the first in California to create a broad-based independent redistricting commission. And the deadline to apply for this redistricting commission is this Friday, August 21st. And so we, along with partner organizations, held an educational webinar yesterday. This is what we do. And we have a recording of it on our Facebook page, or you can email us for a link if you don't have Facebook. Santa Barbara County actually has not received too many applications, so please, please apply if you can. In the face of COVID-19 crisis, it is more important than ever that we ensure that all voters are able to fully and safely participate in 2020 elections. And I know our partners at the county elections office are doing all they can to make it easy for people to vote. So looking ahead to the next 100 years, the League envisions a democracy where every person has the right, desire, and knowledge to and the confidence to participate. That's what we will help with. Our membership is open to everyone 16 and older. Please join us in our work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for speaking and for commemorating this really important historical event. And yes, everyone should be voting. Mr. Kalan, you had something, sir?
Yes, I apologize for interrupting, Mayor. I am informed that our meeting is not available from the city's webpage for the public to view. I've tested that myself. I would advise a brief recess. I understand Mr. Nelson, our webmaster, is working on it now.
Oh, maybe because we had the ordinance committee going before this. So we will be in recess until we fix our technical problems. Thank you everyone for waiting on us. Thank you. We're in recess.
Hi, everyone. Ariel and I just checked. It does seem like the website is up and running and the link is working. So I think.
And technical staff, are you ready to come back and continue the meeting?
Madam Mayor, I am ready.
Okay. So let's see, where were we? We finished our ceremonial item. Mr. Casey, we have changes to the agenda, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. A couple of you have requested a change to the order that we would hear the administrative items. And so I would like to suggest the following calendar for today. Next will be public comment for items not on the agenda, and then do the consent calendar. And then the request is to have item 25 be the first administrative item. That is the civilian police review system conversation. So that would come first after the public comment on items not on the agenda and the consent calendar. And then that would be followed by item 23, the community center at Harding proposal, and then item 24, the 711 North Milpas Street development agreement term sheet. So I would just recommend that change to the agenda based upon requests for that.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. So we'll go ahead with those changes, and we will now ask people who are here for public comment, items that are not on the agenda. Please raise your hand, and Ms. Gorman will try to sort through people who have some other things on their minds besides what's on our agenda. And then, as you heard, we'll get through the consent calendar and then start right away with the process for forming a civilian review board, which might be a lot of our speakers today might want to be talking about that. So, Ms. Clerk, are there people there for public comment items not on the agenda, do you think?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 3 hands raised, and that's Simone Rosekamp, then Joseph Moore, then Matt Lowe. So Mr. Lowe, you'll be up in about 6 minutes. Simone Rosekamp will just pull up the timer.
And we'll go for 3 minutes. That sounds like there's not a whole lot of people. We can get through that. Ms. Rosekamp, if you're here for the civilian review board, that's going to be in a few minutes. Maybe she's waiting.
Let's see. Ms. Rosekamp, please go ahead.
Hi there, City Council members. Yes, Mayor Maria was right. I was here to comment on the civilian review. However, I just wanted to name my friend Athena and I were the ones to message to say that the agenda was not accessible on the website. And I know that y'all are saying that it is. However, I've been reloading it every so often, and it's still not working and it's still not listed, which tells me that there's actually an accessibility problem, because unless somebody had the link saved, which I did beforehand to attend this meeting, you can't attend. So I guess I would direct the city attorney, whoever else was working on it, to check. But any of y'all can go to the city council website right now, go to look at the city council meetings, and usually where the agenda is posted, and there's oh, there's my little one. And where you can click the interactive HTML agenda, there's no agenda at all anymore on the website for today. So it has not been fixed, which means it's not public.
Okay, so that was the problem. We thought it was access to the meeting video. So let's go ahead and we'll just hold on one moment instead of recessing to see. Well, if it seems appropriate for us to take another break and make sure that we have that function working. Thank you. We're in recess again. Okay, we're getting the word that we're good to reconvene. We're back here, August 18th, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. And we are doing our open public comment right at the beginning of the meeting, items that are not on the agenda. And just to let everybody know, we've moved the item number 25 related to forming a civilian review board up as the first item after consent. So that'll just be a few minutes to get there. Ms. Clerk, are there people who want to talk about items not on the agenda? This is their opportunity.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, we have 5 individuals who have raised their hand to speak, and they are, one moment. Simone Reskamp, I believe, has already spoken and made her comment. Then Joseph Moore, Matt Lowe, Justin Robertson, and Patricia Staley. So Joseph Moore and Matt Lowe, you will be after Mr. Moore. So Joseph Moore, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hi.
can hear you.
Mayor Murillo and City Council, thanks for this opportunity to speak. I spoke last week, and I'd just like to follow up on that. I would just like to bring attention to some issues we're having with the current city airport administration. I wrote the City Council a letter last week, and I did get a response from Oscar Gutierrez. However, I didn't receive a response from anyone else. Oscar is my representative, so maybe that's the reason why. However, we have our first airport commission meeting tomorrow. It's the first one since February due to COVID. I know that commissioners have been asking for a meeting. However, it seems the administration has been unable to grant a virtual meeting until now. I have a few concerns about this meeting, primarily that the agenda does not include important issues that the airport is facing right now. Most notably, Part 13 complaints from the FAA, or that were lodged with the FAA about the airport. I'm just very surprised that the director chose not to include that on an airport commission meeting. And there's also no mention of the issues that were being looked at the last commission meeting. There was a consultant group that was hired to assist in the rewriting of some regulations at the airport, and that seems to have not been important enough to update the general public or the commission. This is further evidence that this particular administration does not value the airport commission as administrations have in the past. The Airport Commission, I'm sure you know, has been around since 1941 to advise you, the City Council, because I assume that most of you don't know that much about aviation other than that you ride on airplanes on occasion. And so I think it's an important aspect to allow airport users such as myself and the general public an opportunity to participate in governance and the regulations that happen at the airport, especially since they affect us. I'm a member of a flying club, but I also own an airplane, and I spend close to $900 a month on my hangar rental, and I find it frustrating when I feel as though I'm not being heard or the administration does not care to hear my concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Matt Lowe. And we'll give Mr. Lowe a moment to get on.
How about now?
Very good. Go
All
ahead.
right. Thank
Perfect.
you. Mayor Murillo and council members, a few weeks ago, I spoke to you about accessibility issues. And thank you to Simone with the previous issue with the first comments. I would like to bring up, I had a wonderful meeting with somebody from the administrative office, Matt Four, and he's doing a wonderful job. But one thing that was out of concern out of that meeting is the city doesn't have an ADA compliance officer. As far as I guess the position was let go or some time ago, and I think that's really a need. And I think this issue of accessibility with the website, not of just the issue today, but just in general. And I guess just a reminder that accessibility is not just that it's that there's something that is done, but that it is usable for those with particular needs that are need accommodations. So the system needs to be designed with those in mind and not just made an afterthought. And so I think that's a specialty of an ADA compliance officer or a consultant to come in and assess the situations within the city to make sure that the city isn't kind of walking in the ways of the ableist ways. And so we want to make the city available to everybody. And so hopefully this can be taken care of, and this issue with GoToMeeting can continue to point us in the right direction and be something that is made available for everybody. Yeah, thank you, and hope to hear back from you soon about that issue.
Thanks, Mr. Lowe. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Justin Robertson. Justin Robertson, please go ahead.
Greetings, City Council members, Mayor. Thank you again for your service and having this time to listen to public concern. I'm a member of the Channel City Flyers Flying Club at Santa Barbara Airport. Flying clubs are a great way to bring the barrier of entry into general aviation down in cost. One of our primary missions is to develop community on the airfield. The Flying Club is based on the idea of having many owners of an airplane to share in the cost of ownership and use of aircraft. We have approached the city to lease an additional tie-down space for our fleet. Currently, we lease a hangar and a tie-down from the city. We now have 3 airplanes and need to lease an additional tie-down. We have strong reason to believe that the city has an additional tie-down available. However, the city is unwilling to lease that tie-down to us. The reasoning is that they are planning on shifting the airport parking and users around. This would be fine, except that they do not have a final plan and they do not have a timeline to complete this move. Lease agreements for tie downs are on a month-to-month basis, so once schedule for this move is established, it would not be difficult to terminate our lease. It seems irrational that the airport administration does not want our money for an available spot, especially with revenues so far down due to the pandemic. Since we have been refused an additional parking space, we've requested permission to move our 3 aircraft between our 2 existing parking spaces. The administration has refused this request on the basis that we are undergoing an audit. We find this behavior punitive and without reason. I asked City Council and the City Administrator to find out why the airport administrator or director does not want our additional income and refuses to accommodate reasonable needs of its users. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Another speaker, Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, Simone Reskamp again, she did wish to make a comment. She was just raising the issue of the accessibility. So Simone Reskamp, please go ahead. Okay, Ms. Reskamp, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm waiting for a civilian review. I was just pointing you all to the omission of the agenda.
Thank you, sorry. And Madam Mayor and Council, that's all for generalized public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. We will close public comment and go to our consent calendar. Ms. Clerk, if you could read the items that are on your list. I know that we're going to pull some other items as well. Let's do your list first.
Very good. Item 3, adoption of ordinance for the execution of a grant funding agreement related to the desalination plant. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the city administrator to execute a grant funding agreement with the state of California Department of Water Resources in the amount of $10 million for the reactivation of the Charles E. Meyer desalination plant project. Item 4, resolution denying the appeal of Amy Steinfeld and Cameron Clark and upholding the decision of the Parks and Recreation Commission to deny the removal of the street tree located at 1721 Gillespie Street. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara denying the appeal of Amy Steinfeld and Cameron Clark and upholding the decision of the Parks and Recreation Commission to deny the removal of the street tree located at 1721 Gillespie Street. Item 5, resolution to receive and implement grant funding in the amount of $100,000 related to household hazardous waste collection and education. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the assistant city administrator to execute all necessary documents and submit a regional application for grant funds from the California Department of Resources, Recycling and Recovery for efforts related to the collection and education of household hazardous waste. And item 6, adoption of resolution for summary vacation of public water line easement at 2001 Stanwood Drive. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara ordering the summary vacation of public water line easement over portions of the real property commonly known as 2001 Stanwood Drive, APN 019041031. That's all.
Thanks. I have a list of items. Ms. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, just confirming these numbers with you. So Ms. Gorman, if you have a pencil ready, item 7, 8, 11, 15, 18, 19, and 20. So Ms. Clerk, if you would read those into the record, and then we'll go in numerical order and start with number 7. Go ahead.
Very good. Item 7, State of California Grant Agreement for Selective Traffic Enforcement Program, STEP. Item 8, authorization to increase appropriations in the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District to complete additional chipping due to widespread community participation. Item 15, contract for design of the City Hall plumbing and second floor restroom upgrades. Item 18, response to 2019 to 2020 Santa Barbara County Grand Jury Report entitled Affordable Housing in Santa Barbara and Oxymoron. Item 19, response to 2019 to 2020 Santa Barbara County Grand Jury Report entitled City of Santa Barbara Community Development Department, Make It a Can-Do Department. And item 20, response to the Santa Barbara County Grand Jury Report on Homelessness in Santa Barbara County.
Ms. Snedden, number 7 is about traffic enforcement program. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll make these quick. I realize we have a full agenda. I appreciate the polling. So for item 7, it's a traffic stop grant. And I was just had a question about what does selective traffic enforcement mean? So I wasn't real clear on what it is or how it's employed. So just information on that.
Thank you, Chief, for being here.
Welcome, Madam Mayor, Council Member Snedden. This is a state grant and their name is Selective Traffic Enforcement Program, and it allows our city to prioritize some of our issues. We collaborate with Public Works in regards to street safety. So they're funded strategies that focused on impaired driving enforcement, enforcement operations focused on primary crash factors, distracted driving, seatbelt citations, or enforcement and education, motorcycle safety, ped safety, bicycle safety, as well as educational programs. So it means it's selective for our city to prioritize our traffic safety based on our needs. And those type of grants have to be predetermined before we apply for the grant funds.
Thank you so much. That clears that up for me. And thank you.
You're welcome.
And then item 8, Madam Mayor, I'll recuse myself from that vote because I pay into the Wildland Fire Assessment District. So for that item, I'll recuse. For item 11, oh, this was about I just had a question about if with this updated technology, will we still be able to pay at the exit? And it's just a small question, and then what type of data is collected and where is that data stored and for how long? Some privacy issues, yeah.
So this
Mr.
particular upgrade, if you can hear me, Madam Mayor, this particular upgrade does not impact anybody's data. It doesn't collect anybody's data like license plate data whatsoever. This is bringing up our operations into to have the computers are older. Like for instance, we're operating Microsoft 7, which is not going to be supported next year. So it's Microsoft 10, new computers for the kiosketeers. It does provide new payment methodologies at the column. Right now you have to stick in your credit card. It'll do Apple Pay, Google Pay in the future. So we're hoping to speed up our new contactless services, but it doesn't collect, nothing here collects your data.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And then item 15. So it's the bathroom upgrade for the upstairs bathroom. And so here's a question. I know that there are 2 stalls in the women's restroom. And can I ask how many stalls are there in the men's restroom? Is it an equal number or is it more?
Ms. Osland, you're muted. There's more in the men's restroom.
My apologies. Yes, there are more in the men's restroom. So we'll be taking a look at the overall number of fixtures in the building and then doing a design that meets our needs based on that.
Oh, good. So I just wanted to make sure that that's being taken into account, that we have equal numbers of both male and female stalls or whatever that is. So I just wanted to, this is our chance to get an extra restroom in there for us.
Yeah.
And thank you. And then I think baby changing stations in both would be something that I would hope would be considered as well, or in all the stations. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you. Okay. And then for items 18, 19, and 20, these grand jury responses, I realize that they're sort of legal responses that are drafted in our agenda packet. I would really be interested in a council update. If we had more time today, I would request that they were pulled and we had presentations on them. But I think the letters are legalistically, I think, fine. But I would request that in the not too long future, we're on break for a while, and at some point not too long, we get sort of a substantive update on 18, 19, and 20 so that we can hear public comment and get an update ourselves on what we're doing and be able to really address some of those issues. I think they warrant that. So that would be a request I would make. I don't know if other colleagues are also interested in that, but I would like to request that for 18, 19, and 20.
Thank you, Ms. Sneddon. Thanks for pulling those, and that we could get more information about those items. So, Mr. Jordan, did you want to pull an item?
Just happy to move the consent calendar minus item 8.
Okay, let's ask if there are public commenters out there. But Ms. Sneddon, were you going to make a second there?
Yes, I can second.
Okay, for the purpose of having a motion ready to go. Ms. Gorman, is anybody raising their hand to talk about any of our consent calendar items, please?
Madam Mayor, no, there are no raised hands to speak on consent calendar.
Okay, so Ms. Clerk, the motion is everything except number 8.
Correct. And did we have a second?
From Ms. Sneddon, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
In that, could I ask if there's other interest? Did you already confirm presentation of items? 18,
Well, no, I didn't see anyone else pop up, but eventually we'll have to talk about affordable housing and the RHNA numbers that are coming down from the state. The community development department, that's a regular recurring topic as we, had a consultant report. I could ask Mr. Casey when the next time is that we'll be looking at making improvements to that department. And then homelessness, we would be expecting a report from SB ACT sooner than later, and we could include a look at all the recommendations made in the grand jury report as part of that presentation.
So would it be better for me to ask my questions now then? I was trying to do it in the interest of time, not in this meeting, but it's agendized today, so
Sure. Okay. So we'll just put the motion aside for a moment. And you had questions on which you want to start with 18, which was affordable housing. We'll take them in order.
Yes, I'm actually, okay, it'll take a minute. I'm sorry. I thought there might be support in bringing it back. So I wasn't as prepared for that. So,
and someone's microphone is on. If you could mute yourself if you're not speaking, please. Thank you.
So we have recommendations. Well, I guess my first question is what's happening with the task force? And was this letter did this go through our subcommittee, not task force, but subcommittee on implementing changes to community development? And this seems to tie into those recommendations. So did the task force have an opportunity to look at the grand jury letter or the
Okay, so you're talking about 19 then. We're doing the community development department.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, we can do
Okay.
19 or 18.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, it looked like Ms. Bjork was ready to answer your question about 19. So let's go ahead and start there. Ms. Bjork?
Mayor
Ready?
Murillo and council members, Rebecca Bjork, Interim Community Development Director. Our first task force meeting is slated for the 25th of this month, so next week. We will be posting agenda tomorrow with any luck, or by Thursday at the latest. Those are Brown Act committee meetings, and we will make them available so that you will be able to watch them after they will be recorded, I'm sure. And there is a lot of overlap between grand jury comments and the consultant report that we will be working on with the task force over months to address a number of the recommendations. So that will be coming quickly, and I expect that that task force will also report out to council.
Okay, thank you. So I suppose that's one concern. I think I would prefer that the task force had had a chance to see this. I mean, I guess the members are here. I guess, you know, I can just change. I'll withdraw my motion for approval and vote on 18, 19, and 20 separately. That I think it requires a more
okay,
thorough public process. So I'll just vote against them.
And I think, just to speak to the comment about the task force, it was really just a matter of timing. We have a due date on this and we just didn't have the time.
I completely understand. And I think the letters are fine. I think there's no, yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second now for the motion made by Mr. Jordan to move all the items except for 8?
Actually, I think Councilwoman Sneddon wanted to vote separately on the other 3, if I'm understanding correctly.
Okay, so
Yes, I'm sorry.
so the motion would be all the items except for 8, 18, 19, and 20, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate your,
I'll
Mr. Jordan,
second
okay?
the motion. Oh, go ahead. If you're okay with it, Councilman.
I'll change that to the motion. Yep.
Okay. And I'll
And we
second.
have a second, Ms. Clerk. So we're voting on everything except 8, 18, 19, and 20. If you could take a roll call vote, please. Thank you.
We can't hear
You're
you.
muted, Ms. Clerk. Okay.
Sorry. Thank you. This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, for the consent calendar except for items 8, 18, 19, and 20. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. And so now I need a motion for,
I believe
8.
the next motion would be for 8, Madam Mayor.
I'll second. She has to vote separately on that. She has to recuse herself for 8.
oh, okay, so just 8. Very good. Ms. Clerk,
Very good. This is a motion for item 8. Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for item 8. We'll come back to you. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Recuse.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
aye. Okay, that was 6 yes, 1 recuse.
Correct.
And now we need to vote. Did we vote on everything? No. 18,
So
19, and
is
20.
The next one, all three of them, 18, 19, and 20. I would make the motion.
And I'll second.
Okay. And thank you.
And this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for items 18, 19, and 20. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon,
No.
Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that was 6 yeses and 1 no. And we will move on then. Thank you so much. We're done with our consent calendar. And where does that take us to? Item number 25, no, go ahead. Oh, we have a report from the ordinance committee. Mr. Gutierrez, give us your report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We chose to continue and reopen the comment period for the just cause eviction ordinance in October. I believe October 20th was the date we chose. And we chose to meet at 11 a.m. because we received comments that not enough outreach had been done to the community about the item. So that's when we will reconvene and discuss the issue again.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 25. Ms. Clerk, if you would read that into the record, and our staff presenters get ready to go.
Very good. Item 25, Civilian Police Review Systems, presentation and approval of the framework for appointing the Community Oversight Formation Commission.
Thanks, Ms. Clerk. We're ready for our presentation. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that Councilmember Gutierrez and I will be taking everyone through this presentation. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Casey or Mr. Kalan. I think that's what we decided. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. We can go, great, thanks. We can go to the first slide, I guess the second slide. Sorry, I'm new to this, so everyone bear with me. As you all probably remember, back, I guess it was last month or maybe 6 weeks ago, we had a presentation by the city attorney in connection with the various types of civilian oversight systems that can be implemented. As you will all no doubt remember, it was an incredibly complex matrix of decisions that involved many different considerations. So in response to that, our council voted unanimously to establish as an interim step a formation commission so that the community could have true broad input into what system is selected and what system will best serve our community. So we really envisioned at that time as a council that this formation commission would explore the different civilian police review systems and look into the various decisions that need to be made in order to identify what is best suited and what will best serve our community. They also will be tasked with looking into the department's existing standards and protocols. Next slide, please. After they look into this and have very robust communication with the broader community and lots of discussion, we expect that this formation commission will return to City Council and make recommendations about the form of civilian oversight that is best suited to our Santa Barbara community. In an effort to get this formation commission going, the council also identified myself and Councilwoman Gutierrez to sort of begin the process of thinking through what a formation commission might look like and how to do that process of recruitment. So we're gonna go into what what we've laid out today. And before I get into it, I really want to highlight to all of my colleagues and to those who are listening that we felt in response to the conversation that we had at the last meeting on this subject, that there was real interest in keeping these guidelines as broad as possible. And the purpose in being so broad was to really encourage everyone to consider themselves welcome to participate, particularly system impacted folks who aren't traditionally welcome in bureaucracies like the ones we're describing. So that was really a guiding principle for Councilmember Gutierrez and I as we thought through what to present to you today. We really wanted to be as broad-based and as inclusive as possible. So I do want to identify that. And I also would ask my colleagues to keep a couple of things in mind as we move through this presentation. Another thing that we heard from all of you that was very important was that this formation commission had the ability to self-govern, that these community members who put themselves out there to be part of this conversation also had the capacity to make decisions about how this commission would function. So we really wanted to respect that, and we heard that very clearly from community members and from all of you. So that's another guiding principle, I guess I would say. But to the things to keep in mind as we move through this conversation. First, ultimately, we'll have to effectuate these guiding principles when we vote for the members that will be on this formation commission. So, we can be as descriptive or as prescriptive as we want to be right now, but it really will come down to the 7 of us when we have the applications in hand, voting to ensure that the values that we state are reflected on this commission, i.e. our commitment to being truly inclusive. And I also want to point out, because I know this, this process has been a little bit difficult. It's new for all of us, so it's sometimes hard to conceptualize. This formation commission that we're talking about today is separate from the ultimate commission that might be performed to actually do the work of police oversight. So when we talk about what this formation commission should be and who should be on it and how to do the process of applying to it, please do what you can to remember that this is its own distinct, specific effort, and conversations about any board that might ultimately result out of these recommendations are totally separate. And I think that's really important to keep in mind because we have to be methodical about this. If the presentation from our city attorney proved anything to us 6 weeks ago, it's that it's extremely complicated. So it's incumbent on us to take this step by step, not to slow walk it, but to make sure that we get it right for our community. So with that, I think I already noted they'll come back to council with recommendations. Those recommendations will ultimately be voted on and then a civilian oversight system implemented in our city. Next slide, please. Again, we heard from the community, heard from you, our colleagues, that it was incredibly important to this formation effort that a diverse group of applicants come to the table to represent the whole community and to serve on this formation commission. So again, that was our guiding principle. And I would also add, I apologize, to the extent that any of you would like to see changes in what Councilmember Gutierrez and I laid out here, that's what today is all about. So think about deletions or additions or issues that you do want us to have some more clarity on. That's what today is about. So please keep that in mind as we move through this presentation. Next slide, please. So we articulated that the council seeks people whose life experience, education, professional skills, or community standing will garner the confidence and trust of the community. And I want to point out here something really important. There was a typo that I didn't catch, I apologize, in the council agenda report that replaced this or with an and. And I really want to highlight to everyone here, everyone listening, that our intention here is that it's an or. You don't have to have life experience and a PhD or
be system impacted and also have gone to graduate school or be a lawyer. That is not our intent. We want to value life experience and to say that is in and of itself a qualification that we are very, very much desiring. So this is really an or. It is not meant to exclude anyone. And I apologize for missing that. I know it caused some confusion, but this was a priority to Councilmember Gutierrez and I, that we really call out for folks that you don't need to have the traditional resume to be welcome at this table. And in fact, we want to have a diverse group of stakeholders who are represented. Formation Commission members should have a demonstrated interest in community affairs, social justice, criminal justice, and equal rights. And this is, again, broadly construed. I think demonstrated interest means different things to different people, and we would like to honor that and flip that up. Next slide, please. US citizenship is not required for service on this commission. Applications are due by October 30th, 2020. This is another issue I want to highlight. It was brought to our attention that the original application due date that we had identified in the council agenda report simply did not give community members enough time to do the outreach that is necessary to get applicants to this table. So I want to really highlight that for folks. A few other things before Councilmember Gutierrez will take over. This was in the council agenda report, but calling it out here for all of my colleagues and those that are listening. There will be a staff liaison out of the city clerk's office who speaks both English and Spanish, who will assist folks in completing this application, which will be available in both English and Spanish. We recognize that we are asking people to come to the table who have not felt themselves traditionally to be welcome in these spaces. So we are committed to doing everything we can to open that door and to welcome folks in. To that end, meetings can be held at any time convenient for the commission members. So this is part of that self-governance. Once selected, they will liaise and figure out what time is best for them, whether it's evening or weekends. This has been something we've discussed with staff, and they are in total agreement with the importance of being available at the convenience of these commission members. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. We had also spoken about being available out in the community, setting up information tables in different districts, because we understand that coming into City Hall can be a little bit intimidating. So I'm going to talk about, I also do want to mention that Ms. Harmon and I have been in communication with the Healing Justice group during this process. So thank you so much for all of them and their input. Next slide, the non-discrimination. The City of Santa Barbara does not discriminate in hiring or appointments and welcoming all applicants. And these are the following categories: race or color, ancestry or national origin, religion or creed, age, disability, mental and physical health, sex, gender, including but not limited to pregnancy, childbirth or breastfeeding, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, medical condition, genetic information, military or veteran status. Next slide. Additional desirable qualification. Council also seeks applicants from the following communities or affiliation: formerly incarcerated persons, unhoused person or advocate, LGBTQIA+ persons, including LGBTQIA+ persons of color, persons with disability, law enforcement personnel or representatives, including non-sworn office, sworn staff, neighborhood organizations, community foundations, academy community, background in sociology, background in psychology, background in labor relations. Interviews and proposed study questions. All applicants will have an opportunity to interview public with the City Council. The City Council is asking all applicants to be prepared to address 2 questions. Why do you want to be on the COFC? What personal or professional experience do you have that pertain to discussions of policing in our community and or to police oversights more broadly? Next slide. Organizational support or nominations. The council will give additional weight to applications from persons who are supported or nominated by a community or neighborhood organization, foundation, or other interest group. Though such nominations do not guarantee appointment to the COFC, the council believes that widespread community involvement in this process is essential. Civic engagements through the inclusions of a diverse range of interest group will increase community involvement. I do want to add something to the slide. I don't want to discourage anybody that might not have an affiliation to any neighborhood organization, foundation, or interest group. I strongly believe, and I know Ms. Harmon and I have discussed that anybody, and this is why we're going to go into the community as well, anybody that has personal or professional experience that might not have an affiliation with an organization in town, we really want them to apply. And I think for us was really important for us to go out to the community and having information tables to really get applications from community members that normally wouldn't apply for commissions. So for us, keeping things broadly was very important because we don't really want to exclude anybody, but we also had to have some sort of format for this process. Privacy. Next slide, please. The city will protect applicants and commission members' personal information to the full extent allowed by the law. This commission will conduct extensive and highly visible public outreach and will make what may be controversial recommendations. It is not legally possible to conceal the identity of participants. And I want Mr. Colon, if he may explain this last sentence to the public.
Thank you, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. The city protects the home address of board and commission members and city council members from publication on the internet. We are not in the business of inquiring personal information of board and commission applicants. However, the meetings will be in public and your true identity is important. So there's no way to structure this so that people can participate anonymously. And I believe that was a question that had come up from some members of the public.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And here we go more into detail on the structure. So membership 13, chairperson selected by commission, qualifications, either personal or professional experience, both are that will garner confidence and trust of the Santa Barbara community, including relevant lived experience, demonstrate community standing and relevant academic research or professional experience. Term approximately 1 to 2 years, meeting schedule monthly plus as needed. With the meeting schedule and flexibility times, it was really important for Ms. Harmon and I that we were very flexible with the time because a lot of the applicants are going to be applicants that normally don't apply to these positions. So we also talked about including weekends and evenings. Time commitments were 4 to 20 hours a month. Financial disclosure, no. Training requirements, yes. Successful applicants will receive ethnic training required by AB 1234 and extensive training in police practice and community policing needs and options. Professional and logistic assistance. The council anticipates the commission retaining a professional facilitator after and through selection process. Staff liaison, assistant city attorney, and others as requested. Appointment process. City council selects 13 members from an applicant pool. Council will give special weight to nominations from the neighborhood organizations and community foundations. And again, for Ms. Harmon and I, it was really important not to exclude anybody. So we really want to make sure that anybody that is interested in applying, they should do so.
Okay, it looks like we can take questions from our city council at this point. Looks very thorough. Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please. Questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just wondering on the appointment process, is that just a paper review and appointment, or will there be some type of interviews?
That's a good question. Yeah, Ms. Harmon, your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me, Councilmember Jordan. There will be public interviews, correct?
Okay, perfect.
Much
Thanks.
like the other.
That'd be great. Love to get to know those people a little more than just a piece of paper.
I don't see any other questions. I really appreciate the thoroughness of your work. Ms. Gutierrez, before we go to, I'm assuming there's some good public comment. Go ahead, please.
This question is, I think, for Mr. Colon or Mr. Casey. Regarding the application or interview process, due to COVID, would we be doing Zoom interviews? I mean, GoToMeetings interviews?
I'm assuming everything is online now. Mr. Casey or Mr. Colon?
If the current rules are in place, yes, it'll be electronic. I can't think.
Okay, and so my question is regarding accessibility for those that will be applying. This might be another barrier. So is there a way that the city can maybe set up at different community locations, like the community center on the east side or west side, or in other districts, where we can have like a computer on site for during that interview process?
Go
Yes.
ahead, Mr. Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Gutierrez. Yeah, I think we talked about that with you and Councilwoman Harmon about maybe having setting up some sort of remote location such that people could interview in person with the video capability. Just that there is value to seeing people's faces and kind of evaluating the full way that people communicate and express themselves. And so we'll work with our IT staff about setting it up, like you said, maybe something at the East Side Center or the West Side Center, or the David Gephardt room might be an option because it's easily wired, so it might be a little easier for us. So we'll evaluate that. The interviews are still a couple months off, but that's something we'll try to pursue. And that way then it is accessible to all to be able to participate that way.
Thank you. I just want the public to know this information, and for them not to feel that they can actually apply, or, because COVID has made it difficult, everybody has to have a computer and have some sort of, technology skills. So I just want the public to know that we will do everything in our part to make that accessibility for them. Thank you.
Great clarification. And are there any other questions from our city council? Otherwise, we'll take some public comment. Ms. Gorman, are there people waiting in the wings here?
Excuse me, Madam
Ms.
Mayor.
Ruskamp been waiting for us? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we have 2 people with raised hands so far. Excuse me. Down the wrong pipe. We have Simone Ruskamp, then Lauren Mitchell, then Darcy Roberts. If you did wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app, or you can send me a note, a question within the app, or an email to the clerk at santabarbaraca.gov, and I will call on you. So
Thanks.
Simone Ruskamp, please go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, City Council members. I am calling to really uplift again what we have put forth as Healing Justice. I think over the last few months, we have demonstrated to you all over and over again that we are a resource, also really wanting to collaborate and support you on this issue. Because of this, I am here again to remind you that even with this commission that then would be creating the Civilian Review Board, that we must make sure we're centering the most impacted. And I feel like, again, we're repeating this over and over and over again. And so I'm calling today to really name my extreme disappointment that law enforcement has been added as a desirable qualification. I want to name that if we're saying that we are committed to creating safe spaces for community members, some of whom are formerly incarcerated, some of whom may be undocumented, we cannot protect those people if we are also saying we're desiring active law enforcement to serve on this commission. It changes people's ideas of safety. There also is a power imbalance. And why would we have people sitting right next to someone that they cannot even complain about right now in a transparent process? Because right now, all of these grievances are handled internally by the police department. It just seems counter to what you all have been saying you value, which is inclusion and diversity. So I would ask you to reconsider that urgently. The other thing we keep naming is that, again, if you are actually committed to supporting parenting people, if you are actually committed to supporting families and people who are working, it's not just having meetings at convenient times, but it's also compensating people for their valuable labor. Because if we are honest, we know that you all were not having these discussions until Healing Justice made you have them, right? And so we want you to prioritize that with your budget. You mentioned in what you put forward that you are expecting people to give up 4 to 20 hours a month. 20 hours a month for a low-income person is significant, and we cannot expect people to give that time freely as we are raising our children, as we are surviving COVID, and still standing up in our communities. I would ask that you respect people's time and the risks that they're taking. I also want to name that you included in this attachment money to pay a facilitator, but not the actual people who are serving on the commission. That seems like you are making a value judgment and determining that the facilitator is perhaps more important than the people who are actually taking risks and outing themselves. So I would ask you to adjust that. Any facilitator, in addition, must have experience working with impacted people and specifically addressing anti-Blackness. I was concerned to see that, as well as training in the attachment, without naming the specific skills that a facilitator needs. Because if someone's going to talk about the needs of community, but they are not in tune with those most marginalized and erased, what type of training or bias will they be giving to every single person on that commission, who then will create a civilian review board? So I would ask you to please stop from creating additional barriers. The last thing, I know we talked about accessibility. I'm excited to hear about computer setup, but that doesn't change that GoToMeeting is not accessible for people with disabilities. Matt just told you all that. So we can't keep using a system that people with disabilities cannot access. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Ruskamp. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Lauren Mindell, then Darcy Roberts, Liv Davi, Athena Tan, and John Caravello. Lauren Mindell, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, the Santa Barbara City Council. I'm here to support Healing Justice SB in the asks that you just heard for. I think the Civilian Review Board is necessary. I do want to echo that we should not have law enforcement sitting on this board, which will have a say in the creation of the Civilian Review Board. If you expect people to be open and honest about their experiences with law enforcement, and the entire reason we're having this conversation is because of the violence that law enforcement has enacted on people, I don't think we can expect people to be honest in that situation. They would be putting themselves at risk. It would also be an example of, again, the fox guarding the chicken coop. Internal review processes have not worked within law enforcement. So to have police on this board where, you know, they're choosing who's going to have oversight over them, it would be counterproductive. I got to thank Council Member Harmon for talking about the need for accessibility on this board and the need for a diverse and inclusive board. But in doing that, we need to make sure that we are having this at times that people can make it to, and we do need to compensate people for their work. Otherwise, it's just going to be, people who inherited a lot of wealth and professional philanthropists looking to, we know how that has looked like, what that has looked like in the past. Working people don't have a ton of free time. And it is, exactly these people who are impacted by over-policing and violent policing. Again, I gotta say, yes, the facilitator must have experience working with racial justice. They must have a lens for how Black people have been treated in this country, how indigenous people have been treated in this country, and they need a real lens on that. Also, thank you for putting this this together. I think a civilian review board would be, I think it's necessary and needed. And I think that you have listened to Healing Justice SB. I hope you continue to listen and take the critique seriously moving forward.
Very good. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Darcy Roberts, then Liv Dobby, Athena Tan, and John Caravello. Darcy Roberts, please go ahead.
Hi, Darcy Roberts. Thanks for taking the time to listen. And hello, Mayor and council members. I want to say I do appreciate the details that went into this. I think that you can say that there was some care and some concern when you're creating this program. I would also like to say that I'm also here to support what Healing Justice has asked. And I feel like they're doing a really good job of being very clear about what is needed and why it is needed. And I think that if we really listen to the reasons why they have asked for certain things, that is the most important goal for us today to try to figure that out. I do not support having law enforcement in that group or in the interviews for that group, like it was mentioned before, that it's hard to be open and honest when the person or the group that you are talking about might be represented, when it becomes to being like police brutality or having inappropriate relations with the police department. I think it would just be unfair to expect people to come up and try to expect that they're going to be heard, but realize that they're going to feel as though they can't be open and honest. Also, that we need to make sure that impacted groups really are represented in this. And I think that is most important because that's really what we're speaking for. That's what this group is for, is the most impacted groups and the most marginalized. And also to have reasonable meeting times as in people, like I have a more flexible schedule and these are hard for me to fit into my day. And I understand that it's hard to do them late at night, but late at night is when, or later, in the evening is when children are in bed, is when people have the access to, be able to get to the meetings. And mostly, I also think we need to compensate the commission. I look back at when schools, parents are supposed to volunteer, but the people who have the lowest income have less time to volunteer. It doesn't signify that they don't want to, and it doesn't mean that they're not interested in being around. It means they do not have the flexibility to put in the volunteer hours. And I think that we should stop expecting people to do the hard work and to have skills and to come in and do things that we need them to do, but not be compensated. So I appreciate your time, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Liv Dobby, then Athena Tan, then John Caravello. Liv Dobby, please go ahead. Liv Dobby, you can unmute yourself and go ahead, please.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was still muted. Thank you. I'm also here in support of Healing Justice SB. I would like to just echo that the review board should not include law enforcement. We're currently living in a world that's fearful and rightfully untrusting of law enforcement and our criminal justice system. As an 11-year resident of Santa Barbara, I see ACAB and defund the police and Black Lives Matter written in chalk all across my neighborhood and in the surrounding areas. The point to take away there is just that your city's residents don't trust law enforcement to handle positions of power in a just and safe manner. And rather, I think that you guys should include more diverse people in this group, including, I was glad to see that you plan to include members of the LGBTQ community, undocumented individuals, people with disabilities, and especially the formerly incarcerated. But I'd also like to see you consider percentages of gender going into it as well. No more than 60% of one gender should make up this board. I also support Healing Justice SB in their request for the board to be financially compensated and have experience working with the most impacted members of our community. And that includes Black and Brown people, incarcerated people, and those with disabilities. Lastly, I do want to echo that you guys should please consider making these meetings a little more accessible. I'm currently on the clock at my job right now, which is a little stressful to be in 2 places at once. But it's important to me to be able to make these public comments. So meetings at 2 p.m. on a weekday are really difficult for members of our community to attend. And that includes parents too, those that are responsible not only for working from home right now, but also looking after their kids while they're, doing school from home too, as well as families and other community advocates. That's all I have to say. All cops are bad. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Athena Tan and then John Caravello. Athena Tan, please go ahead.
Hi, first I'd like to echo the accessibility issues that were raised by Matt Lowe earlier, not just for city council meetings in general, but especially for this Civilian Oversight Formation Commission. The city council does need to have a dedicated ADA staff person to ensure accessibility for everybody. And then thank you for acting quickly to make guidelines for the Civilian Oversight Formation Commission. I appreciate that, but the content of the guidelines and the process behind them worries me. Like others before me have said, considering law enforcement personnel or representatives, including non-sworn staff, as desirable participants totally skews what Healing Justice organizers and the many of us who support them have been pushing for. Law enforcement, whether sworn or not, retired or not, with local experience or from other jurisdictions, none of them should be involved in the process to decide how police will be held accountable. The point is that police and the staff who enjoy their protection already have an asymmetrical amount of power compared to the rest of us. The Los Angeles Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission prohibits current and recent law enforcement from membership. Please do the same for this formation commission to prevent the likelihood that the final oversight commission will end up including law enforcement, and consider taking the added step of prohibiting immediate family members of police as well. You also have academic researchers as a desirable category on its own. And while research can be helpful, please ensure that any academics are also involved in local civic affairs. I was at UCSB for a long time, and you may know that there are a lot of people there who wouldn't even know Mayor Murillo's name because they're that distant from the community. And then, as others have said, please stipulate that facilitators for the Formation Commission have a solid record of working with people who are most targeted by the criminal justice system, and that commission members be paid. It's 4 to 20 hours a week for 1 year. I'm sure that since SBPD values community accountability, they'd be happy to have stipends reallocated from their budget if you can't find the funds elsewhere. We're trusting you to make sure community oversight of SBPD is truly in line with the transformative vision of safety that Healing Justice is advancing. So it's disappointing that core aspects of that vision are missing here, even though you're touting being in dialogue with them. So I expect to see better from the final version of these guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Caravello, then Chelsea Lancaster, Kim Paskowitz, and Mia Barnett. John Caravello, please go ahead.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I want to echo the demands of healing justice and I wanted to make a few other points. The first thing is that I want everyone to realize, I hope everybody realizes here and everybody who's listening realizes that this conversation has been going on for years now. Years and years. It hasn't just been the past few months. So I'll leave it at that. Next point. I want to talk towards why cops shouldn't be on the board, or really anyone associated with law enforcement. So the reason law enforcement officers shouldn't be on the civilian review board is because they are practiced in white supremacist rhetoric, okay? This does not mean they are intentionally propagating white supremacist rhetoric, although some of them, many of them maybe are. But whether they like it or not, they're part of a system that requires them to do this. These tactics, as a matter of fact, frustrate the goal of accountability, right? If you actually made this board and you put police on here, I guarantee that it would frustrate the chances of holding them accountable. They'll definitely want to play respectability politics, they'll tone police, they'll do all that stuff, right? Create very real problems in safety and power imbalances. Law enforcement, and I hope you're not sort of tricked by this. So law enforcement will say that these citizen review boards with no police will actually create power imbalances between the public and the police, so that the police are now the oppressed here in this dynamic. But let's be clear about this. That is like absolutely impossible. Okay, so I guess in closing, just pay the people who do this work that you put on this board, who are representative of your community, and especially the most affected of the community. Pay them like a living wage, and take it from the cops, because, I mean, it's kind of obvious at this point. Okay, thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Our final speakers are Chelsea Lancaster, Kim Paskowitz, and Mia Barnett. Chelsea Lancaster, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Want to thank council for bringing this item forward and for moving it up on the agenda. Want to name that that was a request from Healing Justice. This item was originally listed as number 25 on the agenda. So if we're talking about accessibility and inclusivity, I want to name that these meetings become very exclusive and inaccessible to community when folks have to sit through hours and hours of public comment on other issues before they can comment on the things that really matter and have a real impact on their lives. As somebody who's had the privilege of working with formerly incarcerated and systems impacted individuals, including many parents in our community, I really want to uplift the concerns of Healing Justice, especially the Black folks that are really leading and guiding this work. I want to name that budgets are value statements. And the fact remains that we are spending $47 million per year on policing in a community that really, that's an investment in wealth and white property, protecting white property, which is exactly how policing began as slave patrols. I want to name that the process has to be inclusive It has to be centered on the communities most impacted. It has to be compensated. Again, $47 million is going to policing. I've heard our police chief say that she's really interested in community input and feedback. Again, in terms of a value statement, I'm sure that SBPD and the city would be willing to invest a portion of funds, which will actually save the city money if we have true accountability and we're able to police the police. So the next phase of this conversation needs to be formation of the commission, no police involvement or law enforcement involvement or folks that are connected to law enforcement involved in that process. And then still going to the defunding conversation later on, that there's absolutely no excuse for us to be spending $47 million per year on policing in our community. So we're looking for accountability, we're looking for true public safety, and we can help you imagine that as a community, but you have to compensate people for their labor. Thank you. I see my time.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kim Paskowitz. Kim Paskowitz, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council members. I want to thank Healing Justice Field, who's been doing this work for years. The Commission Review Board is a place where the accountability that has been mentioned for months now in the wake of George Floyd can actually start to happen. The Commission is a place where marginalized members of our community can have a say regarding safety concerns and policing practices. This Community Oversight Commission matters, and it must reflect the community we live in. We are not going back to a Commission review board that has no accountability, that has no transparency, that excludes the very people who it polices, who serves as a rubber stamp for the police and has law enforcement on the committee itself. We ask that the I was happy to see that the Commission is choosing to select community members from marginalized communities. And I again implore you to have that no more than 60% of one gender is on the committee. We do not support outside experts who have no community knowledge. We do not want gatekeepers who further silence the voices that need to be heard. Any hired facilitators must have experience with the marginalized communities mentioned above. The community must be included in conversations, and that cannot happen if meetings continue to be scheduled at 2 p.m. on weekdays. This is a really simple barrier to remove so that every segment of our community is represented. The Civilian Review Board should not work for free. They must be compensated. We know that past members who have served on the board have not been compensated because they had the privilege of higher incomes, which allowed them to volunteer their time. This work is too important, and to have a board that reflects the community requires compensation. And we ask that no law enforcement is on this oversight community. Law enforcement is not for true oversight. That law enforcement being accountable cannot happen if they are on this community, and it shifts the balance of power. We ask that you exclude them from this review board. I hope that as a council members, you will continue to move Santa Barbara policing in new directions. Let's start with this community review board. Thank you.
Thanks. Another speaker? Ms. Gorman?
Our next speaker is Mia Barnett. Mia Barnett, and she is our last speaker on this item. Mia Barnett, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Maya Barnett, and I'm also wanting to make a comment in support of Healing Justice SB, and just point out the fact that what we've really been focusing on for a long time now, but especially the past few months, is that to counter systemic and structural racism, we need to have systems and structures in place. And I just think that the points that are being made are really there to let us know that intentions to include people, to have representation, won't necessarily work if the systems and structures are there to make sure that it happens. And so I really implore you to make sure that there is a plan for representation, a plan that you have people with lived experiences, That includes formerly incarcerated individuals, Black individuals, the communities that have been most impacted on the board. And what needs to, the commission, what needs to happen to make this clear? They need to feel safe, which means that there aren't going to be police, law enforcement on the commission with them. The timing needs to work for them, and they need to be compensated for the time without having real concrete structures in place as to how we are going to be inclusive. I'm very afraid that it won't happen. And so I just ask everybody to be very conscientious to make sure that that happens. And I will cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, I believe that Mr. Richard Bertie was trying to speak on this item. I'm not sure if he is still here, but I will try him right now. Richard
Okay.
Bertie, please go ahead. Mr. Bertie, if you're still there, please go ahead.
I'm here. Yeah, thank you for your time. I listened to the people say that the police can't be part of our community. And I'm fed up with it. I've known the police now most of my time in Santa Barbara. I got here in 1955. And Don't never had a problem with them. I've been stopped by them when I was younger. And they're courteous. I don't know why we keep on making them out to be the evil part of our life. They're a very important part of our life. And I take exception. None of you have walked in the shoes of a policeman. None of your viewers have walked in the shoes of a policeman. You don't know what goes on when they have a difficult situation. They too have families that they worry about. They too have responsibilities that they want to take care of. I'm tired of beating on them. You know, the Black Lives Matter, I understand. I understand prejudice. I come from a background where I was prejudiced against. But it's turning us hateful. You talk about divisions. Policemen should be on this council. They're not going to control it. If you have, I don't know how many members you're going to have, 7 maybe. If they're 2, they don't control anything. But they can tell you how it feels to walk in their shoes. All these people that are pontificating about this, that, and the other thing, wanting to get paid. I mean, this is not a job. This is a service for the community. And you can do it after work. It doesn't have to be during work hours. Let the community do it. And don't load it with people that don't like police. I've not had a bad experience with police. I'm involved in PAL to a great extent, time-wise and financially, which is Police Activity League. And I deal with policemen over there. They do incredible things for those children. I'm involved with the Sheriff's Posse, Benevolent Posse. I meet with the sheriffs. We meet once a month. We have meetings. We go to events. We watch. We share time with them. Incredible people. Every once in a while, you get a bad apple. You may have a bad apple on your council. You don't know. You know, life is full of problems, but not everybody's perfect and not every group is perfect. So we can't make everybody that's causing trouble be everybody that's doing something. And that's what we're doing. A few police are out of control. Now, all police are out of control? I don't think so. And, I'd like to take you out and get you into a difficult situation, one-on-one with somebody that's giving you a bad time and see how you behave. Me, I'd run like hell. But I beg you not to be so prejudiced. These are wonderful people. And I know many of them. And I
Time
thank
is
God.
up.
Well, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Mr. Bertie. Thank you so much. Okay. Anyone else raise their hand, Ms. Gorman, or should we close public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there are no new hands raised on this item.
Okay. We'll close public comment and we'll bring this back to the City Council for discussion. And I see some members have stayed on. Ms. Snedden, are you ready to go? And then Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so a few comments here and suggestions, and we'll see where this goes to. So the nature of this board is very different than, say, Architectural Review Board or Parks and Rec. This is an actual oversight type of function. Not the formation board will, it starts the oversight. So it's not really a peer review. It's not really, members who have experienced being a law enforcement officer. It's an oversight. So I do think in that context, it would not be appropriate to have law enforcement on the formation committee or on the oversight committee, because if there's law enforcement on that committee, it would be a peer review type of committee and not a oversight type of committee. So I would request that an active law enforcement officer or retired law enforcement officer not be a member of the formation committee or of the oversight committee. I want to be very careful here. When I hear somebody say something like all cops are bad, I find that really troubling and problematic. The whole idea of an oversight committee is not to have a presupposition that all cops are good or all cops are bad. There are many wonderful police officers, and there are systemic issues that we may not be aware of, and that's what an oversight committee can help us to see. This isn't an indictment of who's good and who's bad. We need to really look beyond that to the practices that will start to address these issues. And I think if we're trying to have impartiality like that, not all good, all bad, then I think it would serve the optics of and the outcome of the committee if we didn't have law enforcement on it. There's I think what we're gonna get out of this is that we'll see a lot more good than we thought, and we may be able to pinpoint the areas where there are problems. But if that committee isn't sort of unencumbered by that perception and optics of being peer review rather than oversight, then I worry that the outcomes won't be as trusted. And I think it's important that the outcomes be trusted on all members of this community. I think it would be important to put out an RFP for the facilitator. I do think it's important that they have experience working with racial justice issues. I think it's important that they're local, already having worked on some of these issues, or at least have had an ear to these issues, and that they have a track record of being good facilitators of this type of work. For the members of the formation committee, I do think it's important that we have people who have experience working in this particular area. There are people who have dedicated decades, and those who are younger who are living it now. And I think we really need that perspective. However, to Mr. Birdie's point, I don't think we need someone who already presupposes the outcomes of all good or all bad. I think we really need people who can be impartial, but with the lens of experience of how these actions impact communities. No more than 60% of one gender. I think that's how boards and commissions should be formed, I think, all in general. About compensation, because this is such a different function for a board than what we have, I imagine that there will be training involved once the oversight committee is formed. We want these to be members who are dedicating that time to be thorough. I think that a stipend or compensation for this particular board is appropriate, and I would recommend that for this particular board. I realize citywide we have, I don't know, over 40, 60 boards and commissions, and not all are compensated, but they perform a very different function from this. So I think for this particular board, having compensation would be appropriate. And then for the accessibility issue, I think that is something we should take up really in general. Two things that I heard were, one, that if the meeting's at 2 or 3, it's too early. And then we also heard that, well, if it's the last item of the agenda, that then it's too late. And we have had meetings that have gone until midnight and also had issues of accessibility with that as well. And in COVID times, the daytime is when you're having your children and responsible for them through the day. But in school day times, that might be more flexible. And I think we should really have a bigger discussion about this. We've heard it many times now about the times of the day. And it's hard to know what time would be accessible. People work around the clock now, 2 jobs, mornings, midday, evenings. So Saturday, I don't know, but I think we do have an accessibility issue when people are waiting on for public comment for a long time. So those would be my recommendations in addition to the fine work of the subcommittee, and I look forward to this moving forward.
Thanks. Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would it be okay if I ask Ms. Harmon to come on?
Yes, please.
I've become more confused listening to 20 different names of something and who's going to do what over the last 30 minutes. So I just want to make sure I understand. The commission that we're talking about, its sole function is to deliver back to City Council what the eventuality of a civilian police review system would be, and then the commission is done, correct?
Correct. And this initial commission has no bearing, its constitution has no bearing on what will ultimately result.
Right, and that eventual civilian police reviews system may involve a entity or recommendation for an entity like a board or a commission, but it would be separate from these commission members that we're talking about now, these 13 people, right? Okay, just want to make sure, because I keep hearing people title this thing a committee and then a review board, and they're functioning on the word oversight. You might as well just take the oversight out of that phrase right now, because they're actually just a formation commission. I'm interpreting that correctly?
That's correct. And I do think that's a very, very important distinction. They are entirely separate. And this formation commission has no oversight function and never will.
Okay. And then, so I could go through my list too. I generally agree with most things that Commissioner or Councilmember Snedden said too. But do you really see our role here to take it down in the weeds and say who and how many, and not a criminal justice person, and what it should look like? Or is this more of a handoff of trust with some general guidelines, and let you and Councilmember Gutierrez and this commission go work on this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll respond to you, Councilmember Jordan. I don't see any further function for Councilmember Gutierrez and I after this meeting. After this meeting, in theory, unless for some reason the council decides to not vote on this or doesn't pass this general application, assuming that it moves forward, the application period will open, we'll receive the applications, and as occurs with other boards and commissions, we will have the interviews and then vote as a council. So there will be nothing further that Councilwoman Gutierrez and I specifically will be tasked with doing in relation with this formation commission.
Okay. So I guess what rises to the top for me, just for a couple comments, I'll let you off the hook now, is a stipend. I agree. The level of work and the importance should be recognized with some type of stipend. I agree that accessibility, both during the process leading up to the formation, so the interview process, and even accessibility after this commission is in place. I think we need to address and answer accessibility so that goes well and it doesn't just become a slog for people to, whoever ends up on this, to have accessibility. And I guess the other elephant in the room is the meaning of the word a person with criminal justice experience, doesn't say police experience. And I just, I guess my 2 cents is there, I'd be flexible on what that looks like. I obviously don't think a active or probably recently retired police officer would be the best, but there might be some great people who work with inmates or work with in parole that might be categorized as broadly as criminal justice that might have a very relative role on this commission. So not mine to figure this out, thankfully. So those would be my comments.
Thank you. We had a public comment speaker who we should hear from. It's Matt Lowe, and he took a little time to raise his hand. So Ms. Gutierrez, did you want to say something before we go to the public comment?
It's a question for Mr. Colon, but I'll wait after.
You have a question? Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Clerk, is Mr. Lowe still there? There.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lowe, I will unmute you. And we're ready to go when you're ready to go. Go ahead.
Am I good now?
Yeah, good.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and council members for, I thought my hand was raised. Yeah, just my overall support for the community oversight and this process, making sure that there's various different people from different backgrounds, people from the Latinx community, people from the Black community, people from undocumented community, make it as broad as possible, and people with disabilities, that this is truly a community empowerment tool to really bring a sense of healing to our community, and that we really have a sense of what is really going to make sure we hear the voices of the community. And so I think that means that we need to have a harm prevention perspective. And in this, we see that harm has been done by those that like participate in a punitive system. And so I think it is my perspective that we don't include law enforcement in this process, so that we, as this a formation process, so for something to be formed, I think we need to have the greatest potential to be formed in a healing way. And so to let a presence of harm be present at the formation of this, I don't support that. And I think to move on the healing path, we need to have the broadest reach in the community as possible. So thank you for returning back to me and allowing my comment to be heard. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comment. Ms. Gutierrez, you have a question for Mr. Colon, and then someone's asking for a break. So let's go ahead and have your question, and then we'll take a quick break and come back. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Colon, I heard from public comment, and I think Ms. Sneddon talked about the percentage of gender in committee. I remember the first month in me being in this position, you talked about how the state brought up new laws for board and commissions. Could you give us a little, information on the different policies that the state now has for board and commissions regarding gender?
Absolutely. Yes, gender as well as citizenship.
Yes,
there
please.
Were 2 bills last year. One, effective in 2030, requires boards and commissions to be no more than 60% of any one gender. The second, which is more difficult for Santa Barbara because of our charter provision for charter boards and commissions, which requires citizenship. There was a second bill that allows non-citizens to participate as appointed officers or members of boards and commissions. And because the proposed formation commission is not in the city charter, the council has the power to appoint non-citizens.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, good. Let's hold our comments for now, and we're going to take that quick 4 o'clock break like we always do.
Mayor, I'm
yes.
sorry. I want to correct something I said. I
Okay.
did not mean to say non-citizens. I meant to say non-United States citizens. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We're on a 10-minute break. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, is our technical staff ready to come back to the meeting?
Madam Mayor, yes, we are.
Okay. So we are reconvening this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We're on item number 25 for people who are just tuning in. We will go back to item 23 and 24. We bumped up our civilian police review systems item, and we're in the midst of having council members talk about this item. We had public comment, and now we're going back to commentary. So Ms. Sneddon, you made your comments. Did you
I have a question.
Oh, you okay? So, and other people, other people still have to come on, but go ahead since you're the only one popping up.
Oh, I had a question about, so when we're talking about citizenship and the charter, and I just wanted to clarify, is this, we can require that someone be a resident of the city, yes, but not necessarily a citizen?
Mr. Kalan, please.
Well, currently you could require citizenship. The state law amendment allows you not to. So you can allow non-US citizens and you can require them to be residents of Santa Barbara.
Okay, thank you. I guess I would add to that my recommendation that I think the requirement should be that a participant in either would be a resident of the city of Santa Barbara, but not necessarily a citizen. I think it's important that they're members of the community that is being policed. It seems that that would be the scope, would be residents, but not necessarily citizens.
Okay, very good. Mr. Friedman, I saw you pop up there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be brief. First, I just want to thank my colleagues, council members, Councilwoman Sneddon, or I'm sorry, Alejandro Gutierrez and Megan Harmon for the work that you did on this. I think you really did a lot of homework, put forth a strong proposal on how this should go, and reached out to a lot of various interests. And you did what I think we all strive to do as public officials, is to have a broad base coalition that listens to all perspectives and tries to get all perspectives in there so we can have those important community dialogues. So I support the proposal as you put forward. I think it's a good proposal. I think it will get us to where we want to go. I am hearing in regards to the law enforcement issue. I do support that because I think police, having them at the table allows us to break down barriers and dialogues. However, I do see the proposal that Councilmember Jordan is put forward is coming on next to have for someone from the criminal justice, so I'd be supportive of that. So other than that, I really want to honor the work that my two colleagues put into this and then their work with the community to get us to this proposal. And thank you for your efforts in doing that.
Great, thanks. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to touch again on that phrase, criminal justice. I'm sure a subject that I have little knowledge of exactly what I'm talking about, but I realize that the word law enforcement or officer is probably a trigger word. And I would suggest that anywhere that law enforcement or officer is used, we just replace that with the phrase criminal justice, and we let that sorted out. I do believe that there's literature and data out there that does show that having a representative or somebody with a background representative in true law enforcement is a plus to this process. And it is incumbent upon us to actually figure out who that best person is. But I also feel too, we need to broaden the scope of what that really means in the use of the word criminal justice, as there may be former police who are retired and functioning in situations actively with outreach into penitentiaries or with parole that might fit more what we're thinking about in the criminal justice persona rather than a enforcement guy in a uniform. And I'd just like to keep open that flexibility. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? I have my notes. If no one else is ready to go, yes, the facilitator should be trained in racial justice and have worked with people who are marginalized. I appreciate that. Some kind of compensation for people. Our boards and commissions get $50 a meeting. I think we can talk about what would work. I was for sure supportive of members of the actual civilian review oversight board for them to be compensated. I hadn't thought about it for this particular formation commission. And then in terms of having someone from law enforcement or criminal justice involved in the formation commission, I do support that. If you have an officer or a probation officer, as part of the formation commission, they would be interacting with people who were formerly incarcerated or maybe someone who's actively on parole. And there would be an exchange of ideas and learning from each other. So I get it that there's some distrust of police officers in general. I want to say that I appreciate the work that our police department does. And if one of 13 of the group has, direct experience with policing, community policing better, or restorative policing, then that's one of 13 where that expertise would be brought to the discussion. So I do support the report as written by Ms. Harmon and Ms. Gutierrez. This council is committed to a fair civilian review board. We all expressed and embraced the idea of stamping out any kind of misconduct, any kind of brutality, any kind of profiling that might take place in our city police force. And this process of getting to a review board is our opportunity to bring everyone to the table. So those are my comments. Mr. Gutierrez, would you like to make comments? Let's see, so Friedman went. Anyone else have anything to say before I ask for a motion? Okay. Ms. Snedden?
So is it all or nothing? Is that the way it's either law enforcement is on the formation committee or not?
Well,
Or
the suggestion is someone with criminal justice experience, and Mr. Jordan had teased it out, like if there's a retired police officer who is now doing criminal defense, or if that person is going into the prison systems to do rehabilitation, or helping people exit, incarceration, that they would be a good candidate. Do you like the idea of using the expression criminal justice experience?
I like criminal justice experience rather than enforcement officer, definitely. What I'm uneasy about is it's one of the main asks in the formation of this committee. So I'm just uneasy.
Well, let's hear what Mr. Gutierrez has to say, because he hasn't opined yet. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
So instead of it being some sort of officer, can it be an attorney? Is an being an attorney justified law enforcement?
It's someone that would be in the criminal justice system. If that attorney has that experience, that would work.
So could that be a compromise then?
We could have Ms. Harmon come back. Do you like the idea of using the expression criminal justice, Mr. Gutierrez, as a nice broad umbrella to capture different kinds of people into the?
I would definitely be supportive of that.
Okay, Ms.
Ms.
Harmon, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Councilmember Gutierrez. I think that's a fantastic idea. And I have to say, I think that actually captures our intention much better than the words that we originally selected. And as all of you actually on the screen right now described, there are many people who have experience with the criminal justice system who could bring really important expertise to bear. And so I think this phrasing certainly better encapsulates what our intentions were or was. And the other thing that I would point out, these qualities that we listed, you'll note there are far more than 13, and hopefully, folks will apply who have intersectional identities. That's ideal, but it doesn't mean that one of each of these will be on the formation commission. They're simply just they're an opportunity to guide us in our decision making. So I think this gets to Councilmember Sneddon's question about what this requires us to do and what this binds us to. And I think the answer is nothing, truthfully. And that's in some ways a problem with what we created. But we also did that to give everyone the flexibility to put something together at the end of the day that truly reflects our community and is actually most responsive to those who are system impacted. So that's a tension and kind of a tightrope that we tried to walk. And I think that's maybe part of what the issue is here. But so yes, criminal justice sector experience broadly, I think is a great revision to this. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Gutierrez, would you continue with your comments?
Yeah, in regards to my comments, I feel like this review board is long overdue for our community, and it's only the equitable thing to do. I have faith that it will do nothing but good, and I have faith that that our law enforcement will benefit from this.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Jordan?
Madam Mayor, we seem to be spending a lot of goodwill time on, like there's a requirement of a billet for each one of those qualification headers. You may be given or see at the end of this process absolutely nobody with a law enforcement or nobody with a criminal justice background. You're just going to see 20 or 30 people or whatever. There's no requirement to pick anybody, and conversely, I think there should be no requirement in this particular case to exclude anybody who can pass muster through this process also. That would really be my only point on the choice of words, is not to be exclusive, but to be inclusive. So otherwise, I'm fine with it as written too, as long as we just get rid of the law enforcement phrase.
Okay, so what it sounds like, Mr. Jordan, is that we're coming in for a landing where we would move the committee's recommendations with the clarification that it wouldn't to change anywhere it says law enforcement to criminal justice experience. The motion, I think, can ask Mr. Casey to come back to us with a set of options related to compensation. We're going to know a little bit more about our revenues in the next month or two. So maybe by the time this comes back, there would be a set of options related to compensation. I threw out the idea of $50 a meeting because that's what we pay the design review boards. And we are in a budget crunch. So that's one thing to consider. So, Mr. Casey, does that sound like an appropriate motion to move this forward? And then maybe Mr. Jordan can make that motion unless,
Just,
and
just
then-
waiting for you to finish.
okay. Mr. Casey?
Yeah, that motion sounds fine. I've heard mixed directions on the compensation. We can certainly bring you back options for consideration if that's what a majority of the council would wish. But otherwise, I think that motion sounds like you're really close.
Okay.
So
I have a quick question.
Okay.
Well, please, Ms. Gutierrez, thank you for being there.
Mr. Casey, due to the economic crisis that we're going through and all of the budget cuts we've done to every department, and being able to pay the members that are going to be part of this commission that's going to form the Civilian Police Review Board, is there any way that maybe outside funders that would like to support this effort can, donate to the city to pay, to be able to have money to pay the members?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez. That's an interesting concept. I just would want to think that through, but that could be an option if some sort of nonprofit or foundation was willing to provide compensation. Yeah, Mr. Kalan, maybe you have experience about whether that's allowed or not.
That understands the situation that the city is in, but really would like to, is hearing out the community and wants to provide support. Is that an option, Mr. Kalan?
Well, of course, the city can take donations for these purposes. So yes, it is an option. I would really strongly appreciate direction on whether we're talking about something different than a stipend. A stipend is, as the mayor noted, pretty commonly done. If the council wishes us to be paying something like a wage, I would like to hear that now. The reason I need to press that is for the amount of work we're talking about, it would be difficult to, quote, compensate, end quote, someone in a way that would allow them to stop working another job. We identified 4 to 20 hours a month for about a year. So more direction on that would be helpful. I don't believe it would be an issue to put off until a later date. Because frankly, after this meeting, it would be our intention to work with your committee and release the final documents to get them translated and posted.
And just to be clear, Madam Mayor and council members, on the compensation side for board and commission members, you do have over 45 boards and commissions. The ones that get compensated are your Planning Commission, Architectural Board of Review, Historic Landmarks Commission, and Single Family Design Board. I'm aware that those are the only 4, I believe, that get compensated, and they get compensated at $50 per meeting.
And is it each member or just the chair?
Each member.
Each member. Each member for every meeting, $50.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not hearing from the council that they were thinking of a wage of sorts. I appreciate it with what Mr. Birdie said about public service, and I'm thinking that it would be in the form of a stipend myself. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think a stipend would be fine, especially because then we might have issues of members being sort of hourly employees of the city, which may take away from that ability for the oversight. And I have that same sort of concern with having an outside funder to fund it. Then it might have the effect of those board members feeling that they're working for a particular entity, and really they're providing a service for the community that we need, and for the city that we need. So I think a stipend, but more than $50 a meeting. I would say at least $100 a meeting, and maybe that's debatable, but not as a salary, because there's a lot of complications there, I think. And maybe we could look at what other cities are doing for this. And I think it's important that it's a meaningful stipend. Those are my comments.
The motion is to have Mr. Casey come back to us also with a report of where we are with our revenues. We as a reminder, we took $12 million out of our reserve to close our funding gap. So we're not swimming in money right now, though we do want to compensate people and really appreciate the effort they're going to make. Mr. Casey?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and council members, my only suggestion though is that resolving the stipend issue today will help in the recruitment process because we're going to start going out and recruiting people and asking them to apply. And I think that'll be a question that they'll have. So that would be a benefit of just resolving the issue right now as to whether you wanted to provide a stipend or not.
Okay. Well, let's take a straw poll then if people are willing to pay a stipend, and I would toss out there $50 a meeting. Mr. Jordan, your thought?
Same,
Straw
Madam Mayor. $50 a meeting.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Sneddon?
I would make it 100 to 120.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Friedman, are you there?
I do the stipend similar to the other commissions, just it's 50.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Gutierrez, Ms. Gutierrez, Ms. Harmon? Go ahead, Mr.
I would agree to a stipend of $100 a meeting.
Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, on stipend.
$50, 100. Ms. Gutierrez? Ms.
For the-
Gutierrez?
Yes, for the formation committee, I would like to stay at 50.
50. Okay, thank you. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes to the stipend, and I think $100 is reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, but there's 4 votes for 50. That would be myself, Jordan, Friedman, Alejandra Gutierrez, right? So that's the 4. Okay, so Mr. Casey, we answered that question, $50 stipend. Okay, and if someone would come back to help me formulate the, there you are, to put forward the committee's proposal?
Recommendation with the change, remind me if I miss anything, with the change out of the word or phrase law enforcement to criminal justice, and with a stipend of $50 a meeting. And I can't remember everything else you said, but that would be my motion.
I think that was it.
Okay.
Is there a second, please? I'll go ahead. Okay, Ms. Harmon?
I'll second. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Clerk, do you have our motion all ready? Mr. Kalan, something, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make sure that everyone knew that there was a typo on one of the PowerPoint slides. Your subcommittee thought carefully about 1 versus 2 years and landed on 1 year, not 2, so as to avoid overburdening the commissioners. The other issue that I heard was discussion of getting rid of the word oversight in this title. If that's part of the motion, that would be helpful to know.
Well, I don't hear anything. Everyone knows this is the Formation Commission. I'm not married to the word oversight. I'm sorry, the thinking was that it would be confused for the Civilian Oversight Board. Is that what the thinking is? No one's answering. Mr. Kalan, can you come back?
I believe I heard that in the council's discussion, Mayor. I'm sorry, I must not have.
Okay. Ms. Sneddon and then Mr. Jordan.
I just want to clarify. So this motion is just for the formation committee, correct? The $50 stipend and the formation.
And-
What we're voting on in this motion is for the formation committee.
for the formation committee as outlined in the proposal.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Jordan?
Madam Mayor,
You were-
the motion was for the formation commission, not committee.
Commission,
And if Mr. Cologne's ears were burning, that's because he was hearing conversation about the continued use even now of this committee's role or commission's role to do oversight. There is no such oversight going on. This is a formation commission that will lead to some type of oversight mechanism. So I'm happy as could be to strike that word oversight, because people just keep using it, talking left and right about this group. They're not doing any oversight.
Understood. The seconder was Ms. Harmon. Is it okay with you to strike the word oversight as we go forward?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I agree that it has led to quite a bit of confusion, so that might be helpful moving forward to just get rid of that word.
And Ms. Harmon, our understanding is, I mean, we really should get this done in 1 year. I appreciate 1 year versus 2 years, by all means. Okay, so Ms. Clerk, if you have the motion, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Madam Mayor and Council, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, for item 25. For the recommended action as outlined in the proposal for the Formation Commission, with the change out of the phrase criminal justice for law enforcement with a stipend of $50 per meeting and removing the word oversight. One moment. Okay, voting on this motion. Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon,
Yes.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye, that was unanimous. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll close this item and we will go back in the agenda to item number 23. Ms. Clerk, would you read that into the record?
Yes, item 23, Community Center at Harding proposal.
Mr. Casey, who's our presenter on this wonderful item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I think Dr. Jeff Milam from UCSB, he's the Dean of the Gevert School of Education out at UCSB. I believe he will be let in by Ms. Foreman to make this presentation.
There he is. Welcome to our meeting, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please go
Madam
ahead.
Thanks. Well, Mayor Murillo, members of the City Council, and Administrator Casey, thanks for the opportunity to meet with you today. I'm Jeff Milam, the Jules Zimmer Dean's Chair and Professor in the Gevert School of Education at UCSB. My colleague, Dr. Chris Yost, and I appreciate this opportunity to address the City Council. We recently gave a version of this presentation to the board of the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and I'm happy to say our proposal has been enthusiastically supported by the board and our new superintendent, Ilda Maldonado. As background, the Gevert School includes graduate programs for teacher training, educational research, and counseling and school psychology. The Gevert School has collaborated with Santa Barbara Unified at the Harding University Partnership School for more than a decade. The collaboration between HUPS and UCSB precedes my time as dean and is far bigger than any single person. As you might know, Harding, a Title I school, serves over 400 pre-K through 6th grade students. The student body is nearly half English learners, overwhelmingly Latinx, and sadly, nearly 1/4 homeless. The entire student body qualifies for free and reduced breakfast and lunch. The Harding University Partnership has enhanced the learning and development of students at Harding and their families through educational, social, and psychological interventions. At the same time, students and researchers from UCSB have learned from the students, parents, teachers, and administrators at Harding. This partnership is flourishing with the support of Principal Veronica Binkley and committed faculty and staff at UCSB, including Lily Garcia and Devin Azam from the Gewurz School. In many ways, the West Side, with the 101 on one side and the Mesa on the other, is both compact and cut off. It's separated from the shopping and services offered downtown and cut off from the health supports available near Cottage Hospital. In a way, it's a service desert, so to speak, especially for residents who don't drive. Slide 2, please. Several groups have begun to fill this gap for Harding families, none more notably than SB Act. Their groundwork and the efforts of groups like Westside Health Collaborative are exciting, positive developments. What I'm here to share with the council today is our plan to build on the success of our existing collaborations through the creation of a Harding Community Resource Center adjacent to the Harding campus. The proposed center will replace an existing SBUSD building that's currently not approved for student use due to seismic safety issues. We believe schools can be the focal point of our communities, a place where all neighborhood residents, beyond just students and their families, go to find the supports and services they need to live healthy, happy, productive, and fulfilling lives. Jeffrey Canada's acclaimed work with the Harlem Children's Zone in New York is just one example of the benefits of integrating social services and neighborhood schools. Implementing this idea through practice shows us that these programs benefit the entire community. We've proposed to work with the school district, the city of Santa Barbara, and various community service providers, including those already embedded at Harding, to develop Harding into the focal point for the West Side community. We also plan to conduct neighborhood surveys and focus groups to identify community needs. We're working with local philanthropists to fund this project. Of course, this proposed center will serve households with school-aged children, those we currently work very closely with at Harding. However, these households represent just one segment of the West Side community, which has almost 10,000 residents with many diverse needs. It's our hope that the proposed center will serve a broad section of the population with services and programming for families with children 0 to 5, for adults with children, and for senior citizens. Slide 3, please. This slide is an overview of the steps ahead. We hope to provide a framework and ultimately a physical space in which local agencies and service providers can support the improved health and well-being of the entire West Side community. At the same time, the center will provide on-site learning opportunities for future teachers, school psychologists, and educational researchers whose work benefits those with whom they work. The center will be a continuous loop of knowledge creation and application. We really appreciate your support for this important endeavor and look forward to the opportunity to answer any questions you have at this early stage of the project. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Chris Yost so happens to be my neighbor on the West Side. Did you have anything to add? We were so grateful for both of you being here.
Due to the go-to meeting. No, I think that it's very well covered. I think it's a great opportunity to expand what Harding represents in our community and makes a lot of services more accessible and hopefully will be embraced by the community.
Thank you. I'll ask our city council members if they have any questions. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report. I've met with you a couple times now, and it just keeps sounding better and better. So I very much appreciate it, and I'm sure the residents of the West Side will very much appreciate it as well. I do have a couple questions. When it comes to funding this endeavor, I believe you mentioned in our previous meetings the Bauer Foundation will be a funder, but who else are you thinking about having as potential funders, or where else are you planning on getting the funding for this project?
Well, I think we solicit funds for different aspects of what it is that we're trying to do. So for the actual planning and work to implement the initiative that we're talking about, the Bauer Foundation has provided us some seed money for a planning grant. Another foundation based in Southern California has provided us with some seed money as well, and we'll seek support from others when and where appropriate to do that. For the actual building of the center, we'll work with local philanthropic organizations to try to find the money to be able to actually build the building on the Harding campus. John Clark from Bauer has been very helpful in getting us to think about that and to provide some leadership in that area. As far as the day-to-day services that are offered in this center, we expect that the service providers will be the ones to fund their own services as they move forward. And we'll assist them in ways that we can to try to support them. But our idea for what we do is to be a coordinating group that brings us together, helps to get it up, launched, and to create a plan for its sustainability. I think one of the things I didn't say in my remarks was that our goal ideally is within 5 years would be for UCSB to turn over the management and day-to-day operations of this community center to a local community organizing group who would then take responsibility for moving it forward after that point in time. Does that help, Councilman?
Yeah. So that your statement there at the end leads me to my next question. So you mentioned that you'll be working with already pre-existing local organizations that are involved on the west side. Can you go a little more into detail, like how exactly will you work with the SB County network of family resource centers, or FSA, FRC, SB, USD, and so on and so forth?
Right. Chris, do you want to jump in? If there's, I
Sure.
can something, but Chris is the coordinator for this work and is our representative as we move forward.
We're bringing this to you very, very early in the process. So one of our first steps is to figure out who our partners are, to find out what the community needs. We really want this to be something that where we are not coming in and saying, UCSB says the West Side needs this service. We want to find out from the residents of the West Side what they feel they need, what they feel is not well represented, and invite people that are doing similar services elsewhere in the community to come into the West Side. And then we want to provide services for those partners that are already established. So it's going to be this kind of question is what we will be taking on very early in the process. I think it's really wide open right now to what folks want.
Sure, yeah.
I think one of the things, Councilman, that we considered as we move forward was that there are really three major pillars in my own mind about making this work. One is to have the school districts buy in, which we do have. They voted in July a resolution to support this. The second is the universities buy in for this, and we have that. And then the third is the cities buy in and support for this. We felt that once we were able to get those three sort of pillars behind this and moving forward, we could then branch out to these other agencies, et cetera, to really bring people to the table and start the movement forward to be able to offer these services, continue to offer the services that are already offered, and then to supplement those with the kinds of things that residents of the West Side identified as important to them.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to make sure that they're taken into consideration moving forward, because a lot of them have spent decades fostering relationships with these residents, and I just wouldn't want them to feel like they're being eclipsed in any way.
Right. No, not at all. In fact, if it's possible to go back to the previous slide, you'll see sort of as we've envisioned now, we've identified some of those folks that are already partners. But we've also identified some new potential news, and we have the opportunity to be able to add even more as we move forward. We don't want to replace anybody. We can't do everything, nor do we want to do everything. What we want to do is to bring coordination the efforts that are going to best serve the residents of the west side of Santa Barbara and to try to move that action forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
And hopefully, sorry, and by taking that role, hopefully to free the partners to do the work that they are already doing, to focus on their area of specialty by taking care of some of these other just, wrangling the donors and trying to move things forward. A lot of these organizations are already very busy with the work they're doing. So we want to support them, not supplant them in any way.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
You talk about that you want to listen to the community members and to figure out, what type of services they need. How do you plan to actually do that?
Well, we already have a lot of that goes on right now in terms of with the parents and siblings, et cetera, of the Harding University Partnership School. We have 2 outreach people who work almost exclusively with Harding and work with the parent groups and some of the other groups there, work closely with the principal and the teachers, et cetera, to really help us provide the services we provide at Harding. That's an entree that I think into other aspects of the community and groups. Chris's job will be then to really be our primary person and point person. And as a resident of the West Side, she lives about a block from the school. We would hope that she'd then be able to create that kind of outreach into the community with the support of the folks we have through the school and through the agencies who we connect with as well to be able to move that forward. Chris, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, yes, we will be doing surveys of the community to see what they would like to see represented that they don't feel is already represented, or what they wish there was more of. We will also be doing focus groups. We'll be doing those in both English and Spanish, and if it seems that other languages are needed to represent the residents, those will be offered as well. So a lot of it is just fact finding at this point. We are really going to be doing a lot of listening as this project begins, because it's here to serve the community. So we have no interest in coming in and saying, this is what we're doing, hope you guys like it. We very much want to hear from folks early in the process of what would be needed, what would be used, what would be valued in the community, from the community.
So you are already at Harding, have been doing, work with students and parents there at Harding. And if I'm understanding right, out of consequences of the work that you've been doing at the school and the trust that you've built with the parents, and I know this because I work at the school district, but I'm asking these questions because I know the public, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I think you're doing a great job. But I want the community to understand that this is not just a new idea. You guys have been at Harding for a while, not just 1 year, 2 years, or 3. It's been a while, and I'm just so glad that this has come up because of that great relationship you've built with the parents and the faculty there, which is key. And who builds that community? The students, and the parents who live there. So thank you so much for all your work. And thank you so much for not reinventing the wheel, to really acknowledge the people that have been doing this work and they have established themselves in the community, have gained that trust. So giving them a center, that can be the hub of information where they can go and provide their services. It's such a great idea. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, in fact, we're starting our 11th year at Harding this year, so it's been over a decade.
Thank you. And that's really important information that I encourage you to share with every time you do these type of presentations.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? We can check and see if there's any public comment. Don't go away, you two. Ms. Clerk, is anyone there raising their hand to speak?
Madam Mayor, Fred Sweeney has raised his hand. We can call on him and see if he wishes to speak on this item.
Okay.
We'll just check with him. Fred Sweeney, Mr. Sweeney, did you wish to speak on this community center item?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Very good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and UCSB, thank you so much. I learned about this in a conversation with Councilman Oscar Gutierrez not too long ago. And I'm very excited about this. The West Side is where we started our life in Santa Barbara many years ago. My wife taught at Harding. We have volunteered and mentored at Harding for several years. And in talking to Oscar, this was my thought as an architect, that this becomes the center of the community, the West Side community. I like Dean's portrayal in the visual of the Google Earth of how the neighborhood is defined. It is in fact a compound neighborhood. It is cut off from the rest of the city. And if you spend any time there, lots of folks walk, lots of parents walk. I know when I would go in the morning to drop my wife off, a lot of people would walk their children to school. So this center then has the opportunity to become the center of that West Side community, just as those that we look at the Franklin Center on the east side. So I'm very excited. My wife is vice president of the board of directors at FSA. I know they're excited. And so I really, really look forward. And if there's any way we can pitch in and help, but I think Council Gutierrez's comments about making sure this has to come from the people who live there. And if you spend any time over there, that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Clerk, any other public speakers?
Madam Mayor, no further public speakers on this topic.
Okay. Well, I will add my thanks to Dean Millum and Dr. Yost. Ms. Snedden, did you want to make some comments? Because we should have a motion that our city council supports this project.
I would love to. I didn't want to step in front of you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to make the motion though. That's what I wanted to make a comment in the motion of full support. Would you like me to do that now or after? Tell me when.
That's all I was going to say is also to offer my services in your outreach. I've lived on the West Side for 20 years now. Very proud of our West Side. So Ms. Snedden, it looks like Mr. Gutierrez might second your motion. So go ahead.
Oh, I'd be very happy actually for Councilmember Gutierrez to make the motion as the West Side representative, and I'm happy to second. I'm happy to support. I just want to. This is just so exciting. I also lived on the West Side, right next to Harding, with my youngest two children. That's why I brought my baby son home too, and the campus itself really is, it's so beautiful, and it's the center of the community, and walking around there, and so many memories of, yes, walking to in the middle of the night, walking sleepy baby and on. And it's just, I really love what you said about support and not supplant what's already there, and such a strong community already in place, and just really applaud that. And then also I just want to say a word about your students that come out of the Gewurz School of Education are phenomenal. My students too at Peabody, a lot of your intern students, when they reach that student teaching stage, come to Peabody, and they've been an incredible asset for the whole community. So just a word on that too, that the programs that you run are so incredible, and this is just exciting. And I'll second the motion. After it's made. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Snedden. Yeah, I'd like to make the motion to give the City Council support in building a West Side Community Center on the Harding School campus.
Thank you.
Second.
And a second from Ms. Snedden. If there's no other discussion, we'll take a roll call vote with big thanks to Dean Millum and Dr. Yost. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a motion by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, to give City Council support in building a West Side Community Center on the Harding School campus. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. We will come back to you. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that passed. And thanks again. And we'll look forward to being in touch with you whenever you need us. So we'll let you go with thanks.
For tomorrow? No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you
And-
very much.
And we'll close this item and move on to item number 24. And we don't need to take a break. We only do that every 2 hours. So let's power through. This is our last administrative item, but we do have some closed sessions. Ms. Clerk, what is number 24?
Item 24, 711 North Milpa Street Development Agreement Term Sheet.
Okay, and Mr. Casey's our presenter. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'll kick off the presentation, then turn it over to City Attorney Kahlon to go through more details of the term sheet. But if you go to the next slide, please. We are returning to Council at your direction from a meeting on June 30th in 2020, in which the Council voted to direct myself and Mr. Kahlon to negotiate a term sheet for a development agreement at 711 North Milpas. And to return quickly with that. And so that is why we are back here with a proposed term sheet for your consideration. Next slide, please. The rationale of the City Council at the time to direct us to negotiate a term sheet is that there was a new ownership group for a project the city with a number of modifications that appeared to be beneficial, including the addition of 16 moderate income affordability restricted units and a redesign to what was perceived to be a more compatible traditional style found in Santa Barbara. That was one of the appeal issues that we had heard from the community process. Next slide, please. Other beneficial changes were balanced against some new asks in the proposal put forward to the City Council. There would be a height increase of 45 feet to 48 feet for the majority of the building, with a few projections to a maximum of 52 feet. And I think the project team could show those to you later in the presentation if you're interested in that. There would be 6 additional units overall to the project, and 22 additional parking spaces would be provided via parking lifts in the project. Next slide, please. So what is a development agreement? A development agreement is essentially a contract between the developer and the city for a specific project on a specific site. It's a statutory tool and allows cities to protect development projects against future zoning changes by the council or voters in exchange for extraordinary benefits provided by the contract. So you're essentially making a deal with the developer that there are benefits to the community, but then they get certainty in the process going forward in the development agreement as well. Next slide, please. So since June 30th, the city team, which is myself, City Attorney Kahlon, City Planner Renee Brook, and then we had some folks in the background helping us as well. We've met 3 times officially with the ownership representatives, which were Jarrett Gorin, who's the project planner on that, and Steve Americano, their land use attorney. We had 3 very productive meetings with them. They were very collaborative, and we worked through the issues very well and present this term sheet quite comfortably. That we feel it's a good outline and responsive to council's direction. And then, of course, we also had numerous calls and emails to flesh out details to get us to where we are today. Next slide, please. At this point, I thought I would turn it over to City Attorney Kahlon. He can walk you through the details of the term sheet. It's attached to the staff report as well. And then we're here to answer questions. Ms. Brook is on the line as well for any questions you might have in that.
Thank you. Mr. Kahlon?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Casey. So rolling back to June 30th, the council decided that the best way to take this idea from concept to fruition was to begin with a term sheet that would lay out the basic deal points between the city and the new ownership group. The term sheet that you have in your packet is non-binding. No one can sue anyone over that term sheet, but it does lay out the process and the basic terms that will be in the development agreement your staff would negotiate should you approve the term sheet. Secondly, the term sheet tries to address and does address the process the organization, the city organization, including its boards and commissions, will follow for this proposed project from conceptual to final approvals. The term sheet includes, and I'd call it out specifically, an Exhibit A, which is a very detailed project description. Next slide, please. So one of the areas that your staff focused on was the general subject of timeframes and deadlines. Without getting into the blow-by-blow negotiations, the staff perspective was that if the benefit of this project is the provision of badly needed restricted moderate income housing, then the city certainly has an interest in seeing that housing constructed quickly. So timeframes and deadlines were given quite a bit of attention during our discussions. Now, you can see on this slide that the initial threshold calls for the applications and fees to be submitted within 90 days after the development agreement is approved. We are expecting to have that process completed before the end of the year. After the development agreement approval, city decisions on discretionary approvals need to be completed within 6 months. We've added a fail-safe that retains the city and particularly the city council's power so that if one of the boards and commissions does not act in a timely way, the ownership group can come directly to the city council for a decision. There's not an automatic approval there. It's an automatic path to the city council. Next slide, please. We did put a time frame on appeals. That was a specific concern of the ownership group, and we understood that. Now, for the city's part, the ownership group has to submit for its building and grading permits within 90 days after all the discretionary approvals. What we did not want was to have the project approved and then sit out there for years and years and years. In addition, the owner then needs to pay all the fees within 90 days. Next slide. Next slide, please. And finally, there is a fail-safe protection for the city. If the ownership group hasn't completed construction within 36 months, the city has the option to begin proceedings to terminate the development agreement. And the last important date is that the development agreement under any circumstances will expire in 10 years, with the exception of the affordability covenants, which I believe run about 90 years. Now, the next projection we're going to show is a PDF of the project elevation, and Mr. Four will, I believe he's bringing that up. Yeah. Back in June, the council had asked to get a better sense of what the structure would look like. I don't know if Ms. Brooke wishes to address this, but that's the general sense of what it looks like. If not, we can move on to the next slide and bring up the term sheet itself, Mr. Ford. Madam Mayor and members of the council, you have the term sheet and Exhibit A in your packet, as does the public electronically. What we're going to try and do here is bring it up as a live document. There we are.
Right, we all read through it, I assume, before the
Yes,
meeting.
I
Um,
wanted to have it here for questions, Madam Mayor. And secondly, I wanted to point out one characteristic about this term sheet. We made a very significant effort to have this term sheet and the project description contain all of the relevant development standards and zoning limitations. In other words, we don't think there should be any surprises in what is ultimately brought forward based on this term sheet. That is all I have. Mr. Casey?
I'll just chime in. It also is very specific about kind of the process that this will follow so that we're all clear about what kind of the sequential steps are. We just took some time to kind of lay that out and we decided to put that into the term sheet so there's no misunderstandings going forward in that regard either.
There was particular concern in the discussions, as Mr. Casey identified, that this process feel and operate as much like the city's normal processes as possible. In other words, the ownership group was pretty clear that their objective was not to eliminate or eviscerate any city processes. It was to pick up the project at a streamlined place given the nature of the changes. That's all I have.
So we'll stand by, you and I, Mr. Kalan, for questions from our city council or for Ms. Brooke. She popped on. Mr. Jordan, will you kick us off with questions, please?
Yeah, be careful what you wish for. So I am not sure, but I can go right through this, and then I have some other questions backwards in the staff report. But on the second page, we're in section C, where it talks about affordability covenants, is the use of the word moderate income units an agreed upon definition in the way it's used, or will that always be an agreed upon definition?
I'll start and then Ms. Brooke can follow up. You know, so in our affordable housing guidelines and adopted policies, we have definitions of income levels that qualify you for low or moderate income. So we specifically used moderate income to reflect that income level range. And I think that was, it's a level that we have a hard time achieving within the city because it's kind of that middle income, you know, workforce housing kind of within our affordable housing restrictions. And I think it was also important to the ownership team to have that defined as well. So we're comfortable that that is defining the income level per our affordable housing guidelines.
Okay, and I think stay there. So the next paragraph down, it talks about the city would allow the owner to enter into leases for employer-sponsored housing. I've either lost what that is or never knew. Could you explain what that would look like or what that would be?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That was something we talked about a good amount with the project team. They have an interest to possibly enter into kind of designated groups that they would target this moderate income housing for. They floated around the ideas of teachers or police officers and such. We actually encourage them to allow them some flexibility to see if they're able to achieve that or not. You know, by the time you finish planning process, go through plan check and do construction, you're going to be 3 years down the road. So this allows them to enter into a deal, perhaps with the school district, just hypothetically saying, but it doesn't tie them to it. And the city still gets moderate income units, which even just general lottery driven moderate income units are of great value to the community.
Okay, so kind of like a mini cottage hospital kind of arrangement, right?
Could be, but we didn't tie them into it. So we left it flexible and we think that that's better for everyone involved.
Okay.
Yes, and Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I should interject that the phrase employer sponsored or employer assisted is a term of art that addresses fair housing laws and allows essentially discrimination for the benefit of those employees.
Very good. And then I think, Mr. Casey, back to you, the next one down on building height, the second part of that sentence, I think we are giving them the allowance up to 52 feet or as we say, it may extend to 52 feet. Is may a word that may be argued about at Planning Commission or ABR? And would it not, the question I would ask, it not be can extend to 52 feet rather than may?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan. Can or may, I think are pretty equal from the sense of the term sheet. I think we wanted to be really clear. I think this is an important point that they're defining the building is predominantly a 48-foot tall building, but with projections and architectural elements that might extend up to 52 feet. I think that allows for ABR to work on, what are the appropriate projections and their design team to do so. Whether it's may or can, I'll let the city attorney decide.
So, but you view may as an allowance?
Yes.
More, okay, not an option, but an allowance.
Yes,
Okay,
I think
okay.
the current proposal includes architectural extensions up to 52 feet. So I think they're asking that that's acceptable for them to go to ABR and have
Okay.
that discussion.
And I'm not questioning that in terms of not allowing it. Don't want to get into a contest of what it really meant down at a board or commission.
Councilmember Jordan, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I'd also point out that the term sheet needs to be read with the project description, and the project description says, quote, the majority of the proposed structure will be 48 feet tall.
Okay. Hello, Ms. Brooke.
Hello, Councilmember Jordan. I'll also just add that later down in the term sheet, when it starts to talk about the process that the actual project will go through, if we envision the development agreement following the term sheet, this project would go to the Planning Commission for the commission's consideration for the building to exceed 45 feet in height. So this is really just the applicant stating up front what they intend to propose, but that step at Planning Commission would still be required if the term sheet deal points are agreed to.
But also an indication from council that if approved, would be an allowance for adoption by the Planning Commission. Okay. Next page, on page 3, the B, C, D, E, F. Are those in order of the process? Probably this is for you, Ms. Brooke. Is that how the process would move forward generally?
Yes, so the intention is that those are in chronological order.
Okay. And then D and E, so the review by the Architectural Board of Review and the review by the Planning Commission, both in the pages before this and in this, state at a public hearing. So I'm just, are we saying that it has to all happen at one public hearing? Can it not roll? I mean, I've been there. So really, after 7 hours at the Planning Commission, it can't go to the next Planning Commission meeting to get resolved, or is it one hearing?
Let me, may I address that, Paul?
Go for it. Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Casey. We tried to bookend that with the maximum time frame that I mentioned. So there is not a limit of a 1 day, but if the discretionary approval is not completed within 6 months, the owner can come directly to the council. So we put what I would say is generous time pressure on the decision-making bodies and staff.
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, if you look at all the sequencing that we're doing here, this is for the development agreement. So basically what this is saying is that ABR is going to be able to provide you input prior to council acting on the development agreement, and the commission is going to give you input prior to you acting on the development agreement. You'll notice then that the developer submits a formal application for discretionary approvals. And so if you scroll down, there's more opportunity for ABR to be involved. And that we don't limit to a single hearing. We say that architectural board will have to pursue the customary notice. They'll consider the project design approval and final approval. The deliberation shall be consistent with the development agreement, but we don't limit the meetings there. And there we need to trust our ABR and the applicant team to work effectively. So you're correct. The first one, we were intentional in saying A, because that's just providing some initial advice on the development agreement for you to have that information before you act on that.
Okay. And then are D and E, is a concept review appealable?
You could scroll back up.
At ABR.
Yeah, again, this is a concept review commenting on the development agreement. So they're essentially providing comments. Ms. Brooke can confirm that, she's nodding. So then the planning commission will review, and my assumption is if the planning commission denies the development agreement, that is appealable to council.
So was the ABR appealable also, whatever their role was or not?
On D, I don't think our intent is that D is an appealable action because it'll come to council.
So what I'm concerned about is as you go down that line and you go D, E, then you go H and I and whatever, is there not be multiple opportunities for somebody to appeal before it gets back to council? That there should be only one opportunity, and somehow there's a method to say, well, if you disagreed with it at either one of those bodies, if you disagreed with it at ABR, and it still has to go to planning commission, the planning commission still gets its shot at it. And then you make the appeal and you get to appeal the whole thing rather than play with this time frame constraints and somebody kind of muck it up by saying, hey, every opportunity I have to appeal this thing, I'm gonna spend my money and do an appeal. Is that a problem the way you look at this or not? Or is there a way to finesse that and just offer one appeal from the ABR and Planning Commission only?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, interesting question. My first thought is that as you walk through the sequential process that we've laid out, D is a concept review. Concept review is not appealable. There's not an action being taken by ABR. They're providing input. And then E is the Planning Commission, and that either it goes forward to council with a recommendation of approval for Planning Commission or it's appealable if it's denied. So I don't think that there's any room for your scenario there.
Well, it could be appealed also if it went forward to council.
It
right?
needs to go to council no matter what for approval. So if it gets an approval at the Planning Commission, it's coming to council.
That can't be appealed there?
It's coming to council. So I mean, if someone wants to file an appeal as well, then we combine the two items. I'm not worried about that.
I don't think I understood that then. So I think that answers the question.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then turn the page again on 5. If my concern here is just kind of thinking back to the empty hole in the ground now known as the Hotel Canary. And I guess I'm not very conversant with the sentence that says the city has the option to institute proceedings and what that looks like. I mean, there's examples all over the city right now where we have the options to institute something and we either don't see a return on the investment or it's going to be such a bear legally that we're not sure we want to do it. But what would it look like in this case if we got to that, having the option, and is that a pretty black and white option that we'd be willing to take?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, the option is black and white. The way it's handled in a development agreement would be to define substantial completion of construction as a material term, the breach of which constituted a material breach, and a material breach empowers the city or the other side to begin the process of unwinding the agreement. So that provision will be written with the correlative power of the city to terminate the agreement if they fail to proceed.
And you don't view that as an empty threat? It's a
Not
pretty
at
good
all.
threat. Okay.
Where it becomes dicey as a matter of policy is when the reasons for not proceeding are external. So for example, is 3 years enough time if the economy deteriorates? Those
Yeah.
kinds of issues.
Okay. And then my last question, or a couple questions, is on Ortega Street and the parking on both sides of the street. I don't know who would answer to that. Nobody.
Or if you would bring back that PDF, it has some diagrams that might be useful.
And why don't you go ahead and ask your question, Councilmember Jordan?
All
I
right,
might, I might
so-
have Miss Brooke ready to answer.
So on Ortega Street on the north side, the way I'm reading this plan is what the project perpendicular spots are going to do is they're going to park on the property line, but they're going to use Ortega Street as part of their in and out into that parking spot. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, yes, if the site plan is similar to the prior approved project, they would be formalizing parking spaces on Ortega Street on the north side, and they would be perpendicularly striped
And
to
they're,
the travel lane.
and they're all, the parking spaces themselves are on the parcel. It's just the interpretation or the misinterpretation that's out there on giving away Ortega Street is that we're allowing them to have their ingress and egress into those parking spaces, not on the parcel, right?
Correct. The spaces would be located on the private property, but they would be backing up into Ortega Street. So doing that maneuver within Ortega Street. And then in prior hearings on the prior project, there was concern that it appears as though the private property owner is being able to use public right of way for parking, but it's just the maneuvering part that's taking place.
And then this will be right in your wheelhouse. So there's concern on the other side of the street, the south side of the street, from the businesses there that since Ortega is a convenient dead end street that both staging and use of that street for project vehicles or supplies or whatever, you're bringing trusses in or steel, will literally shut down the access those businesses have to the, I think it's 2 driveways there, maybe 3. At some point, I know those conditions will be part of Planning Commission review. Is that where we'll see a set of conditions, or when would that happen?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, you're right. Those are typical conditions that are placed on projects of this size. The appropriate decision-making body would be ABR. So for the actual approval of the project, if there are conditions of approval, they could also be built into the development agreement, but more likely than not, it'd be conditions of project approval as we get down to that level of detail for project review. And it's common to work with developers when we're looking at projects that are being built out to the property lines to accommodate some of that in the public right of way. But we do that in consideration of what's going on around the site too, and can monitor that to make sure that it's not blocking access for nearby businesses or driveways.
And so would the appropriate time to address that be now or later, or when?
It would be during the actual review of the project, I believe, when we see the site plan more fully developed and understand how that might, how not only the building itself might relate to property lines and what's left for construction staging, but then also if the developer, when they get further along in their project development, they might better understand how they intend to construct this. And so the applicant might be able to answer questions about that too.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is that my intent is to make sure that we build in some protections for that street. This particular parcel is somewhat unique in that it has a ton of flat hardscape that's going to be used for a parking lot. They're not built lot line to lot line. So I will continue to kind of, I guess, as we get to the development agreement part, I will probably play with some prior Planning Commission language for approvals and ask that that some type of language be in that development agreement, and that would be appropriate.
I believe it would be, yes, if it's something that's important to the whole package that the project brings to the community.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, questions from you?
Yes, these questions are more for Mr. Colon and Mr. Casey. I'm really confused after Mr. Jordan's questions. So this project will come back to council after it goes through the proper, planning commission, ABR. It'll come back to us for the last approval.
Madam Mayor and Council Person Alejandra Gutierrez, a couple things. Yeah, if you
Or
could go
walk
back
me
at-
through so
Exactly,
the
yeah.
public understands, because
Correct.
it just, I'm sure I'm not the only one that got lost with all those questions that Mr. Jordan brought up, which were good questions and good concerns, but it just seemed like we're going back and nitpicking in this project, where I know that our role is more of a approval, and this is why you and Mr. Colon and the planning department is involved in this development agreement. So if you could just please walk me through, again, how this process is going to move forward.
Yes, thank you. And that was something that was important to us as well, is to kind of lay out the process. There is going to be ample opportunity for the community to still be involved and engaged as this moves forward. What's different here is that you are proposing to enter into a development agreement, and that is not what is before you today. Before you today is the term sheet that's going to help form what goes into the development agreement. So this is your first look, your first step, and so you're kind of saying, okay, this seems like a good direction that we're going in. You then have the benefit of the project going before the Architectural Board of Review for concept review, and for the Planning Commission to look at a proposed development agreement. And then that comes back to the council. We think probably by the end of the calendar year. So that comes back to you to get a second look. And at that point, you're entering into a development agreement. So that vote is kind of the big binding vote of, yes, we're willing to look at this project, go. But then it says go. And so then the applicant then formally submits a project to again go through the approval process that we've laid out and will be spelled out in the development agreements. They still then go back to ABR and have to get their ABR approvals. That would only come back to council if it was appealed, either by an opponent of the project or by the applicant if they didn't feel they were getting a fair shake at ABR. So the first step of the process is this development agreement formation, and then they still need to go and get their planning approvals as is required for projects in our system.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. And then one last question. Just for the public and for myself that doesn't have a lot of, experience being part of the Planning Commission or in development, could you explain the concern that Mr. Jordan brought up about the Ortega Street and in simple terms?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilperson Alejandra Gutierrez. I'll try on simpler terms. So you have neighboring businesses on Ortega Street. Ortega Street in this area is one block dead end from Milpas into the junior high. But businesses take access from both sides onto Ortega Street. And so we have heard from the neighboring businesses across the street from Ortega that they're very anxious about losing access to the street, especially during construction, that staging is going to spill out into the public right of way and block their access. So they're just asking us, and what Mr. Jordan was saying, is there a way to write in a condition that this development proposal, when it enters into construction, won't block access on Ortega Street? So I think that's a fair thing to try to address.
Yes, absolutely. And their main concern is the part of Ortega where there's a dead end.
Correct, the area
block
from
right there.
Milpas, correct. And we'll have Mr. Jarrett Gordon represent the applicant after we're done with questions, and we told him to be prepared to
Perfect.
discuss that
Then-
as well.
then I
So we'll hear
will-
from them.
Yes, I'll wait for my other questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon and then Mr. Friedman with questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll ask a few general ones, and then I have some specific ones just moving through the term sheet. So just starting with the project projections, do we know what it's going to look like from the junior high? From either, not just from the open field in the junior high, but from the sight lines along Coda and De La Guerra? Do we have a visual on that? Will it be balconies, windows, monolithic? Any idea?
Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, I do not. We just got those visuals that you've seen now within the last day. Perhaps Mr. Gordon has elevations from the junior high. If not, that's something that ABR should certainly look at before you then consider the development agreement when it comes back to you.
Thank you. That continues to be one of my very major concerns. And then for the Ortega Street, just a general question. So in negotiations, we started with the starting point of the already approved project and then gave concessions from there or asked for things from there. Was that the starting point? Or did we go to zero sum and build up the agreement? The negotiators, any of them?
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, we certainly looked at it from zero sum. The question on Ortega was whether that parking remained necessary for the residential units. The concern we expressed as staff was that I think of them as that first row of parking immediately off of Milpas to the west down Ortega. The concern was, does that privatize the street beyond a level that people will be comfortable with? We pushed hard on that. Some of that parking is necessary for residential use. The other parking will be beneficial for the commercial businesses, both the smaller 1,200 square feet or so in this project, as well as other businesses. So on balance, the perspective was that parking on Ortega was too valuable to get rid of.
And Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, if you go back to your council conversation on June 30th, when you directed us to go develop this term sheet, it was somewhat presented that they have an approved project on appeal, and they want to make some changes that they think are beneficial and some trade-offs that we highlighted earlier in the staff report. And so then we've crafted this term sheet more with the focus on process to make sure that the process is still in place.
Understood. Thank you. I just didn't know what the starting point was. So back on Ortega, I've heard the concerns about the businesses, the concerns about the residents, but what about the school? That's an ingress, egress to a school. I believe it's a safe routes to school. Title V possibly applies. I have a lot of questions about Ortega Street. I guess I'll just pose them now and well, I don't know.
Well, if the transportation planners or Ms. Brooke is available, I'm remembering, Ms. Sneddon, that those issues were resolved or we approved their project having addressed those concerns. Oh, you voted against. Okay.
I did. So those are continue to be a concern for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Brooke, your response, thanks.
Sure, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, I don't believe we have someone from Public Works available to answer that question, but that's something we can get back to you on the status of Ortega Street as it relates to the junior high and whether that is an access point. We'll be able to answer that.
Well, there's a gate there, right? I mean, it is an access point.
So is your question whether or not that will be maintained or continued to be open and safe?
And is it protected by Title V? Is it a safe routes to school? Have we talked to safe routes to school in the school district and all the questions that go with that?
Okay.
And then I guess along those same lines, the traffic patterns coming down from the Riviera. So just yesterday was a drive-by junior high. My daughter just started junior high today. And we drive by the front of the school and the instructions from the school were to come on Milpas in a certain direction and to turn in a certain route. Please don't come down Coda. Please don't come this other way because of the anticipated traffic impacts that would cause. And it did make me think, oh, like if that area can't handle like it's so impacted during the times when there's schools starting, and it's not just the junior high, but the high school, the county bowl. have we looked at the traffic pattern impacts of now the additional vehicles or?
Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Stedden, we haven't, in terms of this revised project, we have not analyzed this project. Even the plans we just received yesterday, we haven't evaluated them for consistency with zoning ordinance or any of our environmental review thresholds. But we would do that once they submit an application, and also development agreement requires environmental review. So some aspects like that could be considered as well.
Okay.
In advance.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll save it for comments. I think in the extraordinary benefits part of a community development agreement, I think I was hoping for like improvements to Ortega or improvements to the crosswalk to make it safer rather than more concessions. So that's actually a pretty big deal for me. And so I'll just go through the term sheet one at a time.
We're on questions, so go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the out of the 86 units, 16 are affordable. What are the other 66? Are they anticipated to be luxury units or?
Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Stedden, so the ones that are not restricted to moderate income households would be market rate. I think the applicant could probably provide a better answer about what types of amenities or, finishes these units would have and what rents they may be rented at. We don't have that information right now.
Thank you. So this produces maybe 66 market rate units and 16 affordable units, yeah? Okay.
Correct. I think, yeah, the math, yeah.
You. Okay, and then on page 2, item C, when it says affordability covenants and it says per city policies, I guess I'm wondering, will that be per current city policies the day it's approved, per city policies in 90 years, or changeable throughout that period of time? Wasn't sure, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. That means per our city's affordable housing policies that we have in place, that we put covenants on to restrict affordability units to ensure the 90-year terms when they're put in place.
Okay, thank you. So per the current policies. Okay, and I think we had the question answered about the 48 feet, most of the building 48 feet, but just architectural structural elements to 52. I have, it's a problem, I think. The setbacks, okay, so then the open space requirement, also item G on page 2. And that also says per city standards. And we just approved maybe changes with the AUD about having roof decks count as part of the open space requirements, but this isn't an AUD now, right? It's a community development. So how does, when it says per city standards, which ones? Yeah.
For Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. So this would still be developed under the city's average unit size density incentive program, at least as in terms of providing the base zoning standards. And the applicant hasn't proposed anything for this project that would deviate from AUD all that much, other than the additional height that they've requested and a setback modification. But otherwise, they're planning to conform to the AUD program development standards. And the recent flexibility to allow open yard to be provided on roof decks was in the central business district, so that wouldn't apply to this site. So although there is some flexibility still with AUD program projects about where they provide their open space, this would not be subject to that standard that you just passed. Right?
Is there any possibility that any of this could be interpreted to mean that roof decks would be happening?
I believe some of it can be provided on roof decks. I'd have to confirm that though. Let me just, if you don't mind, I'll double check that.
Oh, no, thank you. I would not want there to be roof decks. And actually, I would like to be solar. I would like them to be energy efficient and have that anyway. Okay, so the parking. I think those were my main questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute.
I'm gonna wait until Jared does his presentation because I think he might answer it. But
Mr.
can I be the first one after his presentation to ask the question?
Sure. Mr. Friedman, you have a question right
Thank you,
now?
Madam Mayor. Most all of my questions were answered relating to the neighboring businesses and other issues. But the one question I had gets back to the affordable, the 80 to 120. What's the enforcement mechanism on that? How do we ensure that is there a verification process? How do we ensure that those are actually going to where we intend them to go?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. We have affordable housing staff that do that. They've got hundreds of units citywide that have affordability covenants on them. They have an annual verification process. And when there's vacancies, they have processes for screening the tenants who would go in to make sure they follow the eligibility requirements as well. So I'm quite comfortable that once we get them into the city process, they'll follow the city process and we'll be able to enforce.
And we'd be able to account for if there was an employer-sponsored housing. So would they be working with the employer or with the property owner, or would both be a part of that process, or would we need to figure that out?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, we have experience working with employer-supported affordable housing in town. We've got programs with Westmont College and with Cottage Hospital, too, in particular, and we continue to monitor and have programs set up specifically for them, but we continue to oversee and manage and monitor those programs as well.
Great, thank you so much.
Any other questions at this point? We do have representatives from the project, Steve O'Connor and Jarrett Gorin, who we can have come up and say a few remarks.
Hi, Madam Mayor.
Okay, good. We're ready for you. Go ahead, please.
Great. I'm Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning, and I'm representing the property owners and the development group. And we agree with your staff's recommendation and the supporting council agenda report. And the proposed term sheet accurately reflects what we worked out with the city. It pins down all of the critical design elements, and it includes an exhibit with the detailed project description that really gets into the weeds on project parameters. We were able to come up with a process that provides opportunities for public review and city design review, but at the same time, it gives us some certainty and it limits the potential for multiple and pointless appeals, which that's been a major factor that's delayed housing production in the city. And to Councilmember Jordan's questions, this whole thing's divided sort of into two halves. We have the development agreement approval half that comes first. And then after that, we have the project review part. So there really aren't any appeals that people can use to delay things in the first half. All paths lead to the city council on the first half of the project, which is the development agreement. And on the second half, we have the regular discretionary review process, which has the same appeals that it would always have, with the exception that we do have a 45-day limit on disposing with those appeals or hearing them. And we have the relief valve of being able to kick this up to your council if, you know, in our case, if we were getting delayed by a review board or something. So I think that really mitigates Councilmember Jordan's concerns. Mr. Casey mentioned that this was process oriented, and I would agree with that. We're really getting certainty in the process here. One of the things that we were careful about when we drafted this term sheet was that all aspects of this project design actually fit within existing city ordinances. So we're not asking for the city to change an ordinance requirement as part of this. They're all allowed, and specifically the 52-foot height is allowed via a modification under our existing city ordinances. We're not changing the height limit in the city's ordinance. We really enjoyed working with Mr. Casey, Mr. Colon, and Ms. Brooke to put this together. They moved really quickly. In just 3 short meetings, we were able to get the term sheet finalized so that we could bring it back before your council within the time frame that you had requested back on June 30th. I believe that this exemplifies the type of collaboration and cooperation that critics of the city's review process have been hoping to see for years. We think this is a great tool, and it's been a good experience, and I'm hoping we can repeat it and that others can do things like this where it makes sense. Your approval today is going to send the right signal to would-be applicants for future community benefit housing projects, that the city's willing to actively help them get units on the ground. In the meantime, we're ready to do it right now. So that concludes my comments. I can answer in more detail any of Mayor Pro Tem Snedden's questions. Also, if anybody wants me to speak more to the construction parking issue, I can do that. Thank you.
Was Mr. Americana wanting to say a few words? Are you still there, Mr. Gorn?
It's just me making the presentation.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh.
Hi, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This is Steve Americana. I'm glad to be working with this new ownership group again. And I actually don't, surprising as it may be, have anything to add to the very thorough explanation that your city attorney and your city administrator have provided to you. I would only say that the use of a development agreement in this city is fairly unusual. It is not unusual in a lot of other cities in California, which finds the development agreement to be an excellent mechanism for ensuring the quick production of a particular kind of housing or other land use that the city wants to see. And that the changes to this project include a number of elements that I think the city has indicated it wants to see and is a priority for the city. And so I'm delighted that this is moving forward, and I'm pleased to answer any questions that people may have. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead. Ms. Snedden did have some questions that maybe those 2 gentlemen could answer, but go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could they address the Ortega Park issue with, while this development is being constructed, how it's going to affect that movement there? And it was also my understanding that the sidewalk on that part of Ortega was actually going to be fixed, and it was going to be more accessible for students and more safe for students to walk to access the school that way. So can they talk about how it's going to look after the project is done? And during the project construction, how much of that street's going to be blocked and how much it's going to, be of inconvenience for other businesses in that area?
Is that a question for you, Mr. Gorin? Or
yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll answer that, and it might be helpful to put up that site plan while we talk about this. Okay, so before I launch into this answer, I think I got every part of your question, but remind me if I haven't. Let's go back to the black and white one that shows Ortega Street really well. This one's prettier, but I like the other one because you can really see the parking spaces on it. And if there's a way you could blow up the Ortega Street side of that, that would be great. And that may be challenging because it's vertical here. Why don't you go back to the landscape one? Sorry for that.
How's that?
Well, the little bottom part's cut off. But if we could scroll it up, or it's the next sheet. There we go. Can we pan that up just a little bit so we see the whole street? Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay, great. So this is the exact same configuration that the city reviewed and approved with the previous project. And even though we're starting from zero here, not a change from the previous project, it's still the same design as the previous project. So all of the same issues that were reviewed and approved for this exact same design before and were resolved, those are still the same issues with this one. So the way that this works is right now Ortega Street's just sort of this like leftover area. It's a dead end. It's not really well maintained. It doesn't provide through access to anywhere. People use it for pedestrian access to the school, but it's not a formal pedestrian access to the school. It's just a way that people cut through to get there, and it doesn't have any improvements to make that safe in any way. So I'll start with that one. You can see going down the right-hand side of that photo, or the plan there, a sidewalk. That's an actual sidewalk that would be built as part of our improvements that provides physically separated pedestrian access through to the school that doesn't exist right now. Right now, kids are just walking down a dead-end street, and the business people have said they've got clients coming to and from that street, and I don't even know how people park there because there's no formalized parking arrangement there. So this is a dramatic improvement for safety and actually formalizing a pedestrian access through to the junior high school along Ortega Street. Now, in terms of the parking, all of these parking spaces that you see sort of in gray here with gray under them, those are all public parking spaces, and they're all 90-minute restricted parking spaces. And then the ones on the left that are sort of that light brown color, those are actually on our property. So the parking's on our property. You know, Ortega Street's a public street. Anybody with frontage on a public street has the right to take access across their property line to and from the public street. And that's all we're doing. We're accessing parking on our project site onto a public street. The city's not giving us any parking on the street or any rights on the public street that we wouldn't ordinarily have over, or anybody ordinarily has over any public street. Now, in terms of how will this work during construction of the project, and this may be answering Councilmember Jordan's questions as well. We're fortunate to have a really large project site. We've got about 65,000 square feet of land area. So on smaller infill sites, or on every single one of these downtown sites that your council's envisioning for development of these housing projects, there's almost no place to park or store materials, or we call that staging the construction. In this case, we've got 65,000 square feet, and outside of the building footprint of the structure here, we still have about 27,000 square feet of open land area. So it's not too challenging to stage out this site so that we use the 30,000 square feet, 27,000 square feet that's not occupied by the building for construction vehicles to park and for material storage and all that while we're building the building. And that's when most people are going to be on the site anyway. And then when the building's wrapped up, we have fewer people there, and we've got a large parking area that can be constructed in phases. So there's room for people to park while they build a third of the new parking area. And then they can park on that newly constructed parking area when they build the other portions of the parking area. So we can move these things around so that there's always a place on our site for construction parking and material storage. We do not have the right, nor does anybody doing any construction project, to park on the public street and store materials on the public street or block that. And when we're doing the actual construction on Ortega Street, again, we would stage that in two halves, the same way the city does when it's repaving streets all over with Measure C right now, where you put access onto one half of the street, do the improvements, and then you open that half of the street back up and you do the improvements on the other side. So operations of the adjacent businesses and the neighborhood and all. Those are all taken into consideration when we do a construction plan. And I would imagine that we would have, when we actually do the actual project going through and going to planning commission, we'll have a condition that requires a construction staging plan on the project if we don't actually have the plan already done and we're presenting it to the commission.
So just to be clear, this sidewalk that we're seeing right in front of us is a sidewalk that your clients are going to create along with the project.
That's correct. That is a project improvement to provide that sidewalk access.
And to understand what you had just mentioned about Ortega Park being a street that the people that are going to be living on 7-Eleven have access to use to go into their parking lot. It's the same thing as Coda Street in front of the Santa Barbara Junior High. Those houses right in front of the Santa Barbara Junior High that access Coda to get into their parking through their driveway. The same concept?
Yes, it's the exact same way that your City Hall parking lot has access over Anacapa Street to get into the City Hall parking lot.
Okay, and then can you please talk about if your clients are going to be using solar? And I think Ms. Sneddon is worried about just, balconies or windows that might look into the playground there at the junior high. Can you talk about a little bit about those little pieces of the project?
I'm happy to, Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Gutierrez, I'm happy to talk about them generally. We really aren't designing the project at this hearing. It's really just the term sheet.
And I totally understand. It's
okay.
just these are questions that we get from the community. I
Sure.
understand the project, and this is why I was behind it, but I want to eliminate any type of misunderstanding. So it's more of, if you could just educate us
Sure.
and, just so the public understands exactly a little bit better about this concept. I do not want to go into nitpicking
Great.
of the project because that's not our role. I understand that. That's why I asked Mr. Casey if he could talk to us about the process. But these are just questions that we are getting bombarded by emails and phone calls. So if you could just please touch on
Yeah,
them, I would
Councilmember-
really appreciate it.
Gutierrez, could you repeat what the first issue was?
So using solar,
Okay.
if
so-
there's any, yeah.
That's a requirement the city has, that they require you to design all new projects so that they can accommodate solar panels, and we're subject to that requirement. And we have a project design that's uniquely well suited to do that, with we have flat roof areas and they're surrounded by parapet walls. So you can have solar panels on those roof areas, yet still not see the solar panels from the street, because the parapet walls screen them. So it works really well. And then I think the second question you had was about roof decks and balconies and all that. We are gonna have, I don't believe that the building has lots of balconies sticking out all the way up the sides, but on the 4th floor, there will be roof outdoor areas, because that's a major way that we are setting back the units and the mass on the 4th floor. And we plan to have outdoor areas on there, because that's a good way to use that space versus just making it an ugly roof that people look out their windows at, when they could have some outdoor living area. We want to be able to provide that. We don't have massive party decks overlooking the school. It's going to be individual unit decks that the residents of those units might be out on. So a couple people out on a deck.
Thank you. And this is exactly why I asked these questions, because I don't think the public understands about how now solar is a requirement. So thank you so much for answering the questions.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Gorin while we have him? Okay, I don't see anyone popping up, sir. Don't go too far, though.
I'll be here.
Okay, and we'll go to public comment. Okay. Ms. Gorman, Ms. Gorman, I'm assuming there's people there?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, we have 3 hands raised. We have Fred Sweeney, then Ed St. George, then Richard Clausen. So Fred Sweeney, please go ahead.
Oops, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Fred Sweeney. As you know, I'm watching the process and the progress of this project. I know that the architectural will be taken care of by our members, my colleagues in ABR and others in the Planning Commission. So those issues will be resolved. I am concerned about Ortega Street. You probably need to have a conversation with MTD. When my children were going to Santa Barbara Junior High, that's the gate they use to leave in the afternoon. And the bus stop, I believe, is still over on the west side of Ortega, across the street. So 12 and 13-year-olds aren't really going to pay attention to sidewalks. They're going to walk down the street and behind those perpendicular cars. So I think that's still an issue that needs some careful look. The other issue is, of course, the size, bulk, and scale of this project. And just think about the fact that you're now going to enter into an agreement with a developer. This is going to set a model and precedence for other developers, as Mr. Gorman pointed out, to come forward. You have a property catty corner across Milpa Street that could be subject to this same kind of project. That, I think, as far as I understand, is owned by one owner between Alphonse and Ortega facing Santa Barbara Street. And so it could have a equally sized or certainly bulk size to this project. And since you might end up being the ABR Planning Commission and final approval, depending on how this goes out, that's something you're going to have to look at. I'm going to take the last minute, Madam Mayor, if I could. I'm going to switch hats very quickly. I didn't get a chance to talk on the committee that's being put together for the law enforcement overview. I'm a member of the SFDB board. I'd be willing to give up my stipend to help pay for the individuals on that board. Perhaps that can be asked of other members. I don't know whether that's allowed, but if it's important to balance the budget, I know when I started on SFDB, we didn't even have a stipend. It was several years before at least we got it. So I'd be willing to allow that to be shifted to make sure those folks are covered for participation in that activity. So that might be a question we could ask my colleagues on the ABR and HLC and the SFDB. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ed St. George. Ed St. George, please go ahead.
Yes, I just want, regardless how the board votes on this DA today, I really wanted to reach out to the council and convey my sincere appreciation for both Paul, Ariel, and Renee. And they've just been really great in partnering up with us and procuring this development agreement for 711 North Milpas. Al and I could not have asked for better cooperation. They were really amazing. So credit is due where credit is owed. I'd like to send out a big COVID hug to all 3 of them. And once again, I just really appreciate it. I really do. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Our final speaker is Richard Clausen. Richard Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. The council agenda report on this item contains several disappointments for me, but I believe that the presentation clarified many of them. And for that, I thank you, Mr. Casey and Mr. Colon. And for that, my comments are going to be a little choppy with revisions. The specifics deal mostly with timelines, though, which are, I think, party neutral. But there are things that seem a little out of balance for me between the 2 parties. First, the additional concessions by the city seem to be firm and fully described. For instance, the allowance of additional building height to 48 feet with a few unspecified portions up to 52 feet. We don't know what that is yet. The confirmation of prior concessions and limited review of design by ABR and planning. Again, I thank Mr. Colon for clarifying that. Secondly, in contrast, the additional concessions by the applicant are pretty soft and only promised a general Spanish Mediterranean architecture style, an attempt to rent to local public service workers through employment agreements. And then third, good faith submissions of substantive and acceptable design changes to review boards. We'll see if that happens. The revised project, though, contains 6 additional units and 26 residential parking spaces additional. But 6 of those new residential spaces were shifted from the commercial category, resulting from a reduced commercial square footage. So that the final comparison shows that the original project had 1 parking space for each of the 76 units, including those on the Ortega Street stub. The revised project has 1 parking place for each of the units, now 82, plus another 22 found spaces with a stacking mechanism. Why not give back those new spaces to reduce the need for Ortega Street annexation for better vehicle turnaround? Better still, the city could acknowledge the importance of this access point by students to the school and improve it as a formal entrance by eliminating vehicular parking entirely on the project side of Ortega Street, or require a sidewalk on both sides of the street. The developer has conceded 16 units that will be rent limited to moderate income. But how does this compare to the typical income range for the current East Side residents? If I were voting for my district, I'd want to know if my constituents would be able to live in this building that they need to live with. The addition of more units is certainly an overall improvement and will look good on the RENA report, but will they actually be good for current neighborhood residents? Can 66 market rate units really be considered a community benefit warranting additional building height? Or will they merely encourage gentrification of an
Thanks, Mr. Clausen.
neighborhood? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else, Ms. Gorman, there raising their hand?
No, Madam Mayor, I see that Jared Gorin, he has not newly raised his hand. No further speakers.
Oops. We'll close public comment on this then, and then we'll go to our city council. So what is before us is approving, we're reviewing it, I guess still, review and approve the proposed term sheet, which will guide negotiations for a development agreement. So this isn't the development agreement, it's the term sheet to move everything forward. Mr. Friedman, you look like you're first there. Go ahead.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank our staff for taking the direction from the previous meeting, and I want to thank the project applicant team for working with our staff. Just want a reminder of why I originally, with Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, wanted to bring this forward for consideration, is that we had a project that was already approved, and we had an opportunity and a willing partner to try to improve what was already there that could be a better project for the community, not just in terms of the affordable housing component of the 16 units for the missing middle, but for some other improvements, architectural design and others. I think that while we could go for, it's not perfect, but I think we have a good compromise here. I think we have a better project, at least in terms of what the term sheet is proposing. And I will be supporting the term sheets, the term sheet as proposed today. And just wanted to everyone remember that there was a project prior to this that started out. So a lot of these issues of height and everything were part of that previous project as well. So with the affordable units of 16, I think that's a major component for us. And just will be supporting the term sheet in the process going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd echo Mr. Friedman. The use of a development agreement not only provides the applicant or the developer with certainty, but it also provides certainty for the city. Even though some will say it's still to be worked out, we are on the path to certainty of getting things that we want and the developer want and meet in the middle. And what's important to me in this process, you heard me say a month ago or whenever that the devil is in the details. I think the details have pretty much been well addressed, as evidenced by my probably 30 minutes of questions. And we've given up no process that we would normally apply to a project. It gives us an 8% unit count increase while it still comes in at less density than allowed. There's a 25% on-site parking increase. And in some circles that helps mitigate the contentious AUD requirement of just one per unit, regardless of how many bedrooms you have. And the elephant in the room, of course, is the 20% moderate income workforce housing inclusionary units. I don't know how long you'd have to look back in the city to find out the last time, if ever, that a market rate development not subsidized by government put in 20% inclusionary units targeting what's called the missing middle. Somebody also mentioned the reduction in commercial space. The reduction in commercial space is great. Commercial space drives jobs, increased jobs, which increases traffic, which increases the need for more housing. And frankly, if all the commercial space was allowed to go away on this lot, that would even be better. I also look at the dead end there at Ortega Street right now is a post-World War II haphazard parking, poorly asphalted, without sidewalk, neglected dead end. This will be a benefit not only to access to the junior high, but also access to parking and sidewalk improvements for the surrounding community. So I too will be supporting the direction we're going and approve the proposed term sheet to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez and then Ms. Harmon.
I want to thank the city staff for all of their great work. And this is exactly what I was hoping for, that we get a chance as city and leaders in the city to actually really take action. And in response of what we got from the development department, research that was out there, all of the comments that we've been getting from community members of how difficult it is to build in Santa Barbara. And this development agreement, I think it shows the community that we're actually taking action and we're really targeting the housing crisis we have here in the city. Being raised in my district, I can tell you that in regards of the Ortega Park Street, I'm really happy. When this project was brought to me by Mr. Bleeker, I was sold by three things: that we were going to get affordable housing for first responders and for teachers. And there were specifically teachers that lived in that worked in that district. And because they were going to fix the Ortega Street sidewalk, that they were actually going to create a sidewalk. For those of you that have grown up in District 1 and that went to Santa Barbara Junior High, like Mr. Jordan said, that is an area that is very abandoned. And most of the time, that's where a lot of the fights break out. And that is not one of the main axes. It's more of like, oh, it's quick, it's easy, we'll jump the fence, or lucky enough that the school has a fence open. And all of the public transportation happens on Milpas. So if there's a bus stop, it's on Milpas and they can go straight to Ortega Park and walk on a sidewalk instead of dirt. There's going to be clear markings of parking. For me, those three things. And I think the third one I didn't mention was that we were also going to be able to help having people living on that area that were going to help the local economy as well. So I just really want to thank the city staff for their time and their commitment with this development agreement, and as well for the owners of this property to really bring affordable housing to Santa Barbara and to my district. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, our three colleagues who spoke before I said it very well. So I'm just going to for the most part, echo all of their comments. I too will be supporting the direction that we're going in. It's interesting. I was out sick when this initially came to council, so I was not part of the initial discussion. But I have to say that one of my concerns early on was that we would too completely circumvent the design review process. And I have to say, I am so very pleased to see that city staff and the developers have been able to come to an agreement whereby they still respect the integrity of that process, but they've also found ways to meaningfully streamline it. So with respect to that issue, which again was early on one of my biggest concerns, I have to say this is pretty exciting, and I think could prove to be a model moving forward for how we can balance the concerns of our developers with our need to respect our design review process. So I'm very happy about that. I personally, as I'm not as expert as some of my colleagues on the nuance of building and planning and design, so I don't really feel comfortable opining on some of the nitty-gritty details. But again, what's so great about this is that our design review boards will have the opportunity to do that work. They will be able to do the work that we have tasked them with under this term sheet. So I think that's a really fabulous result, and getting some affordable housing out of that, of course, is something very important and certainly a worthy goal for all of us. So I appreciate everyone's effort and will be voting in support.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sneddon? I can't hear you. You're muted. Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate what is being done here. I think highly of the applicants and the negotiators involved. I'm particularly really happy to hear compliments to Mr. Casey and Mr. Kalan in this process. It's been going smoothly. It's been as it was laid out. I appreciate that this is being described as a process-oriented term sheet, but I just can't get myself away from the outcome and being outcome-oriented. I do like that it'll go through the process and go back to design review boards, but I didn't approve the initial project, and in the community development agreement, for me, and I understand this is not council's moving with it, and I fully respect that. I just want to explain myself here that I was looking for extraordinary benefits. The 16 units of affordable units is a lot. I had every expectation that those would go to teachers or first responders. I'm not seeing that in the term sheet. I don't personally feel that the trade-off of adding 66 market rate units offsets the 16 affordable units. It will gentrify that area, and it will be precedent setting. And there are other blocks of property in Milpas that could be subject to the same kind of development agreement. So I think I understand, and I understand the project. I respect the applicants and the process that's happening here. I'm just not ready for this, and I don't want to be disingenuous. I don't want to, keep making requests of things that are slowly sort of dropping off of the things that are at the top. And I think for those reasons, I personally would rather go back to the project that they had. And I don't want to stand in the way of process. The applicants have an approved AUD project. And if it's in the interest of not being held up in process anymore, that's available, permits ready and to go. I believe it would be in the applicant's own interest to update the style of it. I think they could get more for their property if it was in this updated, not updated, but
more Spanish colonial style or Mediterranean. So I'm not seeing for myself the extraordinary benefits that I would have hoped. And but with great respect for all members involved, I will not be supporting.
Was that everyone? I haven't given my comments yet. Ms. Gutierrez, did you?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
I have to admit to preferring our traditional process of project review and approval. And I was there for the appeal of 711 North Milpas, but it's the income restricted units in that middle category that is enticing to me. I do hope we get to the point where some teachers and first responders get to move in there. I was never really convinced that that would really happen because with all of our concern about housing discrimination and it's hard to set aside units for specific professions, but still the income restricted units makes this all worthwhile. And I don't want development agreements to become the way of the future. We have a process, we're trying to improve it, but it has served us for all these many years. So I would go along with the term sheet and move this along to the next phase. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one last comment. Being brought up in District 1 and hearing constantly that this project is going to gentrify the community, my district, and for other districts in the city, but my district specifically being one of the last working class districts, it's already happening. And it's happening within the neighborhoods. And one of the reasons that I was very supportive, besides the reasons I had already mentioned, it was because for the first time, coming from, immigrant parents, working class families, I had a voice, or somebody like me had a voice to talk to these developers and tell them, the needs of the community, but they actually came with these community improvements, which that was, for me, it was really nice to hear that these developers really cared about the community. And of course they cared about the projects, but they really wanted to give back to the community. And I know there's a lot of comments about, me being sold to these developers. No, gentrification is happening. I'm going to be very honest with you. And it's happening inside the neighborhoods. People from the outside are buying properties that, were from families from generations, and the families could no longer live in Santa Barbara, and an outside developer comes in, or somebody from the outside flips the home and sells it for double the price. And you have different people in the neighborhoods. So for the fact that I was able to sit at the table and talk to these developers and come in agreement that we do need affordable housing, and that I don't know if I mentioned it, but I think I did. They talked to a school district board representative and how to do this process. They have been in communication with law enforcement and people from, the hospital. Gentrification is happening. And if I can have a seat at the table to talk about representing the community, I will. So this comment about gentrification, this project is gentrification, it's happening already. But this project is bringing housing, and the state is already telling us we're not doing a good job. So please, when you're talking about gentrification, really think about our housing crisis that we have going on in Santa Barbara.
Since you have the floor, would you like to make the motion to approve the proposed term sheet and move the negotiations forward?
Yes, I would like to make that motion, please.
Okay, Mr. Friedman?
I'll second it.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? If not, we'll take a roll call vote. Thank
Very
you.
good. That was a motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Friedman to approve the proposed term sheet and move the negotiations forward. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Respectfully, no.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that was 6 yeses and 1 no. So you have your orders, folks, and we thank everyone for participating, the project applicants, our staff who worked on the term sheet, and the public. Thanks so much. We'll close this item and go to our committee assignment reports. We do have 2 closed session items afterwards. So is anyone ready to make reports on the different activities they've been doing? Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was on a Coastal Cities group executive team conference call. We're prepping for tomorrow. We're having a webinar on sea level rise for different coastal cities through the League of Cities. And I will be giving, along with city staff, the brief presentation that we gave to a couple of weeks back just on the efforts that we're doing here in Santa Barbara with our sea level rise subcommittee, the adaptation plan. But we're going to have a broader audience of different coastal cities. And we're giving examples of what we've learned through that process in our local coastal plan update, along with the city of Imperial Beach. We'll be giving local presentation tomorrow. Attended a webinar, but a meeting online with the AIA, did another design charrette. So I was able to view that for some time. Some of it just the other night, especially in terms of designs, and a lot of questions and a lot of good comments came up on where we need to go into the future in design. So it was a really interesting conversation. And the Community Environmental Council had its 3rd climate roundtable. And this one focused on environmental justice and webinar, and very good issues in terms of how climate change is going to impact all of us, but in different ways. Especially we need to be cognizant of justice for vulnerable populations and how to plan for them. So those are what I participated in. And then I have also the mayor and I, through our legislative committee, through which I chair, the mayor and I looked at our legislative platform in regards to supporting elections and ensuring the integrity of elections. And so through our legislative platform, the mayor has sent a letter to our federal representatives. And so I'd just like to read it into the record. It's regarding the Postal Service. It's only 2 paragraphs. Mayor asked that I read it. So this was sent to Congressman Carbajal, Senators Harris and Feinstein, and just says, I urge you to support full funding for the United States Postal Service. Due to COVID-19 distancing guidelines, many states will rely heavily on mail-in ballots to facilitate voting in statewide and national elections in November 2020. California, for example, expects to mail approximately 21 million ballots to its electorate. More than ever, the United States Postal Service will play a critical role in the voting process in November. For this reason, the City of Santa Barbara urges you to ensure that the Postal Service has all the resources necessary to securely and timely transport ballots and fulfill its charge in this most sacred democratic process. Thank you for your consideration of this request, and it was signed by our mayor. And we will make sure, we'll work with staff to make sure this letter is public for those who want to view it. It was just sent out yesterday. And again, that was through our legislative platform that we have adopted in regards to ensuring the integrity of elections. And the last item I have is the social distancing playlist song for everyone who wants to listen to a good classic Hall & Oates, Out of Touch.
Very good. Anyone else with reports? I will report that I've met with a group of people who are trying to bring a minor league soccer team to Santa Barbara. I think other people have been meeting with them, and so that's an interesting proposition. I chaired actually the SB Act all-call meeting, which was last Wednesday. And that is when we call everyone together, the public, homelessness advocates, agencies, nonprofits, and talk about what we're working on in the city of Santa Barbara. We had reports from the different areas around town where SB Act has focused projects to help our homeless neighbors. And we'll be reporting more on that as we go forward. Anybody else? Okay, so let's adjourn this meeting and go to our closed sessions, but you should know that we will be on our summer hiatus for a couple of weeks, and we'll be back in the middle of September. So thank you, folks. Thank you, my council colleagues, and I'll see you in a minute in closed session. Mr. Cullen, did you have
I'll
an
be
announcement?
convening those meetings momentarily, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, meeting adjourned.